Malaysia. The team from afar, gets high, ends up to his life and sees Triple G just fainted in both
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Hello everyone and welcome! This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia and this is a very exciting moment for all of us because this year means new metas, new plays, new teams, and a whole new prize pool for the chase. I'm Tashmani, your host, your caster for today. Alongside Obvi, first time for us being a duo. I'm super excited to work with you.
Yeah. Thank you, Tashmani. And for today, we are in the week 1 where we're gonna see 18 teams are coming from Malaysia, Philippines. We have Vietnam and also Thailand gonna compete with each other in this knockout stage. Ooh, this gonna be some exciting day for us to see on the day 1.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. Honestly, I am super excited to see all of the teams. I mean, of course, if you guys have been following the Free Fire pages, you have seen so many of the teams which have already bantering with each other, and that's always going to be very, very fun. Regardless, we have 18 teams competing today, where right now we are going to be seeing at least 6 teams being eliminated at least in 3 weeks. So there is going to be time for these teams to really chase each other in terms of the points. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we missed from last year. So last year, despite our region not being able to take the championship slot, the championship title for us, a lot of the teams here, especially from Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and even Vietnam, all of the regions here to be exact, has made it at least into the top 15 of the Free Fire World Series. And that is something for all of us here in Southeast Asia to celebrate.
Yes, and with most of the teams are coming from last year are in fact is the lineup almost the same for this year, and especially for the team that will be coming in from those 4 countries, we'll be seeing are they gonna be the same or they're gonna be much more aggressive with the new strategy, with new meta are coming in right now.
I mean, we had a chat, Obvi, before in the pre-show about what metas we are going to be looking out for.
Yep.
And it's just honestly so different with the nerfs, the changes, the new characters coming in, as well as what exactly will be going on. I think previously, the last time I casted this game, it was around the time where everyone was running Chronos, as well as the Homers.
Yeah.
But now, as well, Homer is still very much ran. But we're seeing a whole new playstyle come through, where we are seeing a lot more Maro, Alvaro, Tatsuyas to be, I would say, that was actually dominating the scene, and it brings a whole new different style of play. What remains the same, I think, throughout all these years is not only just the rosters, which I am a big fan of. I'm a big fan of seeing teams just maintain those rosters and start to grow with them. Because for me personally, as a shoutcaster, as someone who has really seen all these pro players grow up, I mean, I think at the time that we have seen them, probably they were of legal age to play. They were very, very tiny. Now they are like really, really grown. This is such an auntie moment. I'm sorry, guys. I had to really put that in there. Yeah, and to see them just really flourish into really just not only amazing players who I think back then we saw raw firepower, raw aim, and now we're seeing a lot more styles of like gameplays, outplays come through. That's always very exciting to see when it comes to development of these players.
Yes, agreed. And now these are the timeline for the tournament tonight, and we can see the game will be played for 7 weeks, where the knockout stage will be played from tonight, 22nd of March, up to May on the 12th, where 6 teams gonna be eliminated to go to on the point rush, which is on the 24th. So 12 teams gonna go forwards to the point rush and also gonna be on the finals on the 26th. So we'll be having a short 2 weeks break during the 8th until 21. So all the 3 months here on the timeline given.
I think it's really exciting when you put it this way, because I think in a lot of situations we did see like a big, as some teams, especially if it's like really, really small time gap, it's really hard for other teams to catch up. So they have that little momentum break to really figure out what works and what doesn't work for the next few weeks or so, at least on the weekends. Now for prize pool, as usual, Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia will bring you a humongous prize pool where the first place winner will be going home with $100,000 on top of the incentivization of 40,000 and 30,000 and so on for the other ranks. We also have the MVP title to be done that we're going to be crowning, where they will be going home with an extra $4,000. So this would really give not only incentives for the team to not only aim for that first place slot, but also aim to be the best player in the server. I think there was a lot of like conversation on what exactly makes for an MVP. Is it the amount of eliminations you get? Is it the amount of impact you do for your team? Is it the amount of outplays you do? What do you think, Avi?
Oh, I think the chances will be on the damage done by the players. So, but with the damage, they also need to go into the point system as well, as the first place that Booyah gonna take home 12 points, whereas second place on the 9 but -1 until on the 10th, and 11 and 12 unfortunately they will be going with 0 points. But here the meta right now with the revival, the most important thing is 1 elimination meaning 1 point. So they need to keep on being aggressive, finding out where the other players are, so that they can not only get the placement points but as well as the eliminations.
You know what's really exciting about this point system is the fact that with the revival, you can technically just farm as many points as you can before at least circle number 4, where it's going to be a little bit more hard to collect all those coins for that revival as well. But if you are a team that's constantly getting knocked out, I mean, like I think in the previous seasons we saw this meta where I think in the early rounds we saw a lot of early fights, and then after that we'll see like a lot, like one person will probably run away and prepare to be revived, and then they go back into those fights for those early points before they finally slow down. And I don't think that's gonna be changing anytime soon. Regardless, I don't want to be the team that's going to be farmed, because there are going to be a few rules here. So the number of booyahs will determine the tiebreaker, obviously. So on top of points, you'll be seeing the number of booyahs. And if, say, they have the same number of booyahs, you'll also be looking at the number of eliminations. And last but not least, I highly don't think we're going to be reaching here. But if we do, it will be the survival ranks in the final round. So it means the final round being played in the final week will determine how far you will go, whether it's going to be the place above or below.
Then, from my experience casting for Free Fire, there are only the teams are mostly quite close with each other on point system. So it's quite exciting if the tiebreaker gonna be placed for tonight as well. And here are the team lists. We have 3 groups coming from Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam for Group A. This is the team, the highlights I want to shout out or to inform for Dash. C-Triple-G will be in Group A. But for Group B, we have Heavy, Reverse Raid, Stalwarts. And for Group C, Buriram, Onyx Olympus, Attack All Around, meaning all the big teams that are having a high firepower are spread out quite evenly this time around.
It's always really exciting when you see these names. I mean, some of these names are, I would say, household names at this point. Some of them are teams that we have seen in the early days of Free Fire, who have now already been adopted into different teams. I think everyone can already pretty much agree with me, at least based on last year's predictions. I mean, at least patterns, at least, that Thailand is currently the best in the region. But there's a lot of eyes toward Malaysia and Indonesia right now, whether or not they can overcome them. Regardless, enough about that, because Group A and Group B will be playing tonight. We're seeing GOW, Flash, IDS, EVOS, C-Triple-G, Expand on Group A, playing against Group B with Heavy, P Esports, RRQ, Homeboy, Stalwart Esports, as well as Reverse Red. Now, I think for me personally, I have my eyes on C-Triple-G, third place last year for the Free Fire World Series. Expand, a name in Malaysia that's been around for a long time. I think RRQ as well, top 10 for last year's Free Fire World Series. So there's a lot of eyes on them. But what makes me really excited is based on the the banter and the talking as well. Like Stalwart Esports seems to be making a lot of bold claims.
And they are trying to find out for the other team as well. For Stalwart Esports, we can see that they are trying to look for the teams that would be coming down on their drop spot as well. So but here
they're not
are the
playing
players. They are not gonna play today. So they need to see for the other team as well. So right now, these are the players that has been lined up in front of the screen. They are the one gonna be fighting for tonight. So Tash, what do you think for the Group A and Group B? Which one do you think that would be doing the most aggressive?
I'm expecting aggression to come from the Thai teams, especially. Very aggressive, very early. That's usually their style of play. Not surprising if we're going to be expecting that to be coming forward as well. But when you look at how the momentum is going to go, I think Thailand teams have the best, I would say, in terms of stamina. They're a team that's very quick, not only to really survive the long weeks that we're going to be playing, but also a team that's very adaptable. I am really hoping for a step up from the Malaysian teams here. I think coming from one of the countries that's had, I think one of the longest or oldest roots here in Free Fire. I would love to see more from them coming through, especially because Malaysia did keep up quite well against Indonesia and Thailand, but we still goes to show, but Thailand and Indonesia are a little bit more up there. Because if you're looking at the banter right now, Thailand teams are calling out Indonesian teams and asking them, where are you guys? We want to see you on the server. That's not what I'm seeing right now. For the Malaysian players, they do have teams that are planning on challenging, but it's not really as aggressive as what we saw from the Indonesian players or even the Thai players.
So that's where we're gonna see a little bit hype up for the games with the banter that are given from between the teams, or how they're gonna be played out during the match, or especially on the first game tonight. And also based on the team that been listed from the 18, some of them are invited based on the last year performance, but there are some who are qualified from the country Free Fire World Series Spring 2024.
Yeah, but enough of that. Let's talk a little bit about the schedule today. So we do have 6 maps for you guys coming up forward, which is going to be a super fun one. We always start with Bermuda and we always end with a random. This is not going to be changing anytime soon. But out of all these maps, Opti, what map are you looking forward to seeing play?
To me, I'm always looking forward for Kalahari. Kalahari is not within the ranked games. So the chances are for them to train, they need to open a custom room or to have a scrim. So if they the chances are when they played alone together, so the chances to explore more on Kalahari is quite hard for them.
Me personally, I'm a big fan of Alpine. It's still a map that despite the fact that it's been out for quite a while now, I haven't really seen a lot of it compared to Bermuda and Purgatory. I'm still understanding a lot of teams are always ever changing when it comes to drop spots on that map, and I'm trying to understand how exactly or why exactly the teams choose to drop there and how exactly they're planning on adapting. Again, this is going to be a battle royale. There is going to be a lot of RNG factors when it comes to those circles, but it's always very fun to see. For me personally, I love these tough circles. I love when players are put in these pressure cooker situations where they have to really think, how exactly are we going to be doing our rotations? When all our rotations that we are doing in our scrims don't go according to plan, what exactly are we going to do about it? How are we going to adapt? Because in these situations where this high pressure moment comes, you start to see these unorthodox teams rise to the top. You start questioning, why are the teams that are so always to see household names not performing in these circles? And it's because it's probably their routines are not there. But adaptation is always very fun to see when it comes to these, I would say, surprise circles.
Agreed. Because to me, when although they have their own training, but when the actual games coming up, there are some strategies they need to maneuver immediately from their team. If let's say there are three teams coming down from their drop spot, then their formation or the things that they have planned, then the chances are immediately need to be changed. So that is why I think I agree with you. Um, on what are coming through later on.
It's always really exciting as well because we did talk
Yep.
about Homeboys for a little while, about how STE wasn't very happy with Homeboys, a team that I mean again, we always say that third party is a strat, but it's not necessarily a strat that is loved by all teams. And it looks like STE is calling out Homeboys for this particular strat.
Yep.
Not very happy that their loot is being taken away. Not very happy that they're always being pushed out of their fights. I mean, if you look at teams like Ram United, G, STE, they're a team that likes to take these fights head on. And we did see, I think, especially when previously we were also casting for the Philippines teams during MCPS, there was a lot of talk about like how the Filipino team loves to play third party. We saw that a lot happening from those teams, and there was a reason why they needed to top because they decided to play it very, very smart. But I think as a lot of the timing has changed, the player style has changed, chrono no longer being a thing, I think third party might be a whole different ballpark in particular because of how aggressive everything is going to be. Regardless, here comes the drums and here comes the noise. The first map is coming for us.
And now the
Bermuda.
teams already in the play. Now we have 12 teams, and they are coming from factory towards plantation, and we can see that 6 teams already jump from the planes going into their drop spot as Indo Stars with Homeboys. They are very close towards each other. Are they gonna fight in Sentosa? But in the early games, I think Homeboys gonna turn around, most probably drop to Mars Electric, where Stalwart Esport is spread out evenly in factory, in Pochino, and also Mars Electric. But the highlights here in Clock Tower, there are 2 teams coming, PE Sport and also Expand.
It's reminding me of the times where back then we used to have kings of Clock Tower back in Malaysia. Not really seeing them here. Makes me feel a little bit nostalgic, I'm not gonna lie. Those early fights come through and we just spoke about that because PE really aggressive, but so are them. They're losing so many of their players. The Axel for Expand running up to the top. They just immediately eliminate PE Sports. No chance of revival so early in the game.
Ooh, only 30 seconds after the drop, that immediately PE Sport has been taken out. Oh my god, with 4 elimination points now belong to Expanse. They are leading right now, whereas for the others, they are still trying to maneuver, trying to get a better drops or better loots. And right now for the other teams, they are being very careful. It's quite shocking actually. For the first time during the first minute of the match, already been one team wiped out.
We always talk about like when it comes to a drop spot, you drop together. The team that's quickest to the loot will be the team that's quickest to be eliminated. And the fact is, like, I think most of the times that we've seen this is that in the early rounds, yes, they take these early fights, but there's always gonna be one person running for their lives. And the Axel has always been that. If you noticed before, the Axel would always be the one that's running away in case there is going to be one person that, in case the team just gets wiped, he's going to get ready for that revival. But I think that the Expand has been really quick with the firepower, quick to eliminate to the point that P is not able to even run away. Basically, they were trying to get their loot. It's just a very all-around, very unlucky situation. And honestly, we were just already talking in the pre-show about how we expect more fights to happen early on in this game, especially because the first 4 rounds still allows for that revival. But other than that match just now, we haven't really seen that.
Yep. And even right now, we are seeing Indostars with RRQ Kazoo. They are not engaging with each other. They are trying to monitor, but eventually the UAV have been put down by RRQ. 18D, of course, gonna be found out by the team. Dats is waiting with his Kingfisher, whereas Abai with SM8 So the chances are for 18 Dia, he need to pull back to make sure that the team is nearby to assist them as well. But now the shot has been done by Legolas with MA2B. Almost got the knockdown, but immediately the team has been uh, taken back to heal themselves a little bit.
It's not really an issue here. I mean, Legolas did put a lot of damage in. That will buy some time as Cochil starts it off. The glue wall buys a lot of time. It's hanging around the Rosie here. Just gonna try and take up some space. The space comes through. What a very bold move by Toots here. Out there in the open against 3 on top of that. And surprisingly, all the shots coming in for the enemy team is just not hitting. Just like the Stormtroopers from Star Wars. It's not gonna be stopping. Great shots for Legolas. He's trying to find the final member.
he's
Not quite. Finding quite yet. Nice shot to the glue wall. Explodes. A quick reposition to come through. Inhaler as well. Buys a little bit more time. He's trying to make sure that he's not able to pick up his teammate. Put spray as he finally goes down, and Razor comes up on top.
Yes, and right now for Razor trying to revive his own teammate, but immediately been taken out. And right now 18 Dia got his teammate, and for Razor he need to pull back. If not, then the chances are RRQ gonna be taken out from this game. But as we can see here, Indo Stars they are trying their best. Immediately got Legolas after the first players been knocked down. Indo Stars immediately went in and taken out one by one from RRQ. But for Razors, he knows what he need to do. He need to revive his own teammate before get back into the match, and that's what he immediately do. But for 18 Dia, because of taking a bit of a time, making that gap for the other team to revive their own teammate as well.
Honestly, I think this is massive from Razor. He's trying to get away, and that is not going to be happening. Will immediately be knocked. And that will be that. Just so unfortunate. They lose one. No worries for Indo Stars here. Going to be immediately getting that revive. Thankfully for us, already headed into the circle. Reposition himself. A safe place to be in.
Yes, and with 7 elimination points, they are having the highest right now. So for the 5th minutes, we already see a few fights, 4 teams of fights happening, and with that, the zone are closing in to the second. With 40 players are still remaining, and we are moving into Flash, which is in Shipyard. RRQ Darts almost been found out by the teams, but luckily for him, he can now rest in peace, looting with clear conscience.
Let's be real here. Dots is the only reason why RQ is still in the game. They lost way too many members so very early. Now, it's always really exciting when you have these early fights, right? Like, you know, you can just easily farm. It's so easy to be revived. But the amount of time you've already picked up all your items, your drops, you can't revive to come back with pretty much nothing. You have to go through the entire thing again. That double barrel doing damage. Another point coming in for HEV. But Indo Stars, not worried at all. Immediately going to bring back the teammates into the game. Let's talk a little bit about this revive meta. What do you think of it, Alvi? Do you think it makes for a more fast-paced game? Do you prefer it? Or do you prefer to just quickly eliminate a team?
To me, I prefer the reviving type of.
So you prefer having one
meta.
player run away for the revive instead of going for an all-in
Yes.
4 versus 4 fight?
Yes, because then the chances are they can assist their teammates. If let's say they are being taken out much earlier, then the players only can watch how their team plays. So to me, the pressure would be higher if without revival.
I mean, yeah. I think without revival, yes, the pressure is higher. But there's also another pressure. You surviving with no info, no loot, nothing. Have to do it all over again. A teleport to come through as Smink. Quick reposition. Shin is just trying to revive for his life. But Smink is very smart with the teleport, honestly. Love how he plays this. Just going in and out, just weaving from it. And honestly, it's really hard to figure out where exactly he's going to be teleported out of. Like, if I were Smink right now, I would be like so confused. Like, where exactly is he coming from? Where are these bullets coming from? Good play. And thus results in an entire of his team just getting knocked out of the lobby. I really love how creative these players are, honestly, with the utility.
Yeah, it's like fishing using that portal go. And immediately the Team Flash was immediately gone into that and been taken out as well on the 11th place. So I think the way their critical thinking is doing, they know what to do when it is happening in that
Oh yeah.
moment. So good job for the team just now.
You know, I was sort of expecting like a reposition with the teleports, but using it in
Agree.
a more aggressive way is also definitely is very fun to see. Regardless as the circle gets smaller, I mean, this kind of circle is still very early. You're not going to be a lot. My worry right now is more of like, if you're late to the circle, the positioning that you are going to be losing out on and fighting to get into the circle is one of my worries. But I'm guessing that some of these players are like, you know, like STE. Very, not only do they claim for a lot of challenging a lot of these teams, but also I'm guessing that individually they are very, very skilled. I think they're expecting to win a lot of these fights as well, so very early. Blue zone, whittle down the HP, gives them a little bit of breathing room, number one. Number two, when you are pressured this hard, which team will be going down first? And look at that! Nice shot. And STE is just sandwiching the other players of Windows of IDS. Lead is already quite low as well on the other side.
Ooh,
Chill!
headshot.
Eats that shot. Knocked down and straight to the lobby. Let's see whether or not he'll be brought back into the game.
Yes, and we can see that for Stalwart Esports, they are being the gatekeep for Indo Stars. Now, right now, for Indo Stars, Lim trying to swim away, but unfortunately, Stop and Saifa coming in towards the beach there. And
He's not passing. I'm just saying you like that. That's like four people, four tolls there. What are you gonna do, Lim? What are you gonna do?
Oh my god.
No, that's what he's gonna do. What?
Unfortunate for Indo Stars has been taken out to the 10th place. For Lim, he tried his best, but unfortunately he has been found out by the other team. And now we are moving into Homeboys, where Faiz, the last man standing for the team, has been taken out. And now Homeboys has been taken out to the 9th place by C-Triple-G.
I think it's gonna be really exciting. Looking into this game, a lot of these snipers are coming through. One more, just like his name, goes for one more shot. Putting a lot of pressure onto GOW, but doesn't seem like they're moving at all. They are going to be the gatekeepers here. Blue wall goes up. Buys a little bit of time, but in terms of one more, I'm not sure whether or not how much longer he can survive. They try to take that space, but Rip doesn't go down. Oh, gets stuck. Fortunately, messes up that jump. Doesn't seem to turn at all.
Right now
Nice shot through. The UAV goes up as well. It's gonna be hard, even though with the information where all these players are, it's still gonna be hard to just try to break into that circle. But C-Triple-G doesn't seem deterred at all. I think they want to take this fight actually. This is a three-way fight. Dian's all alone.
Dian, his teammate are being taken out, and now he's the one being taken out for God of Wolf. Been wiped out, and now C-Triple-G gonna be fighting off with RRQ, but they are the third party coming from Evo's Divine on the Bima Sakti, and Legolas have been taken out by one more with that sniper. Whew. Again, Legolas
has been sharp.
shot, and now
Oh my god, no!
that M79
Not the double barrel.
launcher.
That is disgusting. He does it again. One more and Peter. What is combo? Rusher and support doing all this damage is almost illegal.
My god, with that launcher, immediately, even for me, it would be startled by that shot. And now for Evo's Divine, right now on the hilltop, trying to find a better place to get in front of the players. G-Day with that shotgun. Peter throwing the bomb, is trying to cooking it. But right now, he's been trying to take a step back to find out where are the players coming from Evo's Divine.
Putting those nades just to buy some more space and time, funneling these players towards them and just chunking down the life. C-Triple-G is trying so hard to reposition, fighting it almost impossible when you have a player like Peter who's just jumping out and down with that shotgun. It's just putting in too much damage. He may be playing around the compound, but there's not a lot of places to work with the box. Just doing the jump shot will be shot back. C-Triple-G will fight back. They get the double, and they are punishing. This is not a good look, especially when they had such a good start. And C-Triple-G suddenly are the gatekeepers.
Yes, but unfortunately for C Triple G, we have Reverse Red also nearby. The chances are they gonna be third party, but Reverse Red immediately coming in with that portal go. Got you been knocked down, trying to revive. Unfortunately for C Triple G, been taken out to the 6th place. Third party by Reverse Red.
This is kind of hilarious, honestly. We were just talking about third party as a strat and Red. Reverse Red has been quiet the entire time since they got down. We didn't hear a single peep out of them. Didn't see them come up at all in the kill feeds. But yeah, Reverse Red manages to come out and just starts off their first contact with a bang. They were just waiting and lying in the grass for opportunity. Now another elimination comes through. 5th place for RQ. Good start, but the HEV putting down the damage. They do have full control of the northern side of the circle. Also the high ground. It's going to be very hard for Red Reverse to really get inside.
But they are the team that have 4 teammates coming in with Heavy as well. But they are being punished by Heavy, and Sming has been knocked down with 6 eliminations with the 4th zone. Of course, the HP gonna be going down much faster, and immediately Jonah trying to heal his HP with that med kit, and for Hans is trying to find a way to get that position where he can shoot Reverse Red. For Reverse Red, they are playing quite nice. They know where they need to be to avoid the pressure coming in from Heavy.
Yeah, but look at the sandwich. Expand is the one to really sandwich and put a lot of pressure onto Red. Reverse Red has no clue where to go. If they go up north, or at least toward the circle, they're just gonna get shrunk down by HEV, and Expand are just becoming those gatekeepers. Now, what is going to happen here? Expand, because they have a little bit of space to work with, they can go back and forth a little bit more, but Heavy will be taking this fight, and they're going downwards to Expand. It is honestly the best answer, because they do have the high ground advantage, and they have no fear taking up the space to the southern side, and just jump, shotting up forward with his teammate all the way in the backside. The shots come through. Oh no! Revivals available. Expand is out, and now we're seeing a 1v2. In fact, HEV just slowly running out players. A 1v2. HEV all alone. Vitan, what are you gonna do? He can try to isolate this fight. Work together. Gets the shot. Gets one. Now has to worry about one more player. Whether or not he's gonna get forward. A dash to reposition himself. And Fozzy, what are you gonna do when you're coming in from both sides? A nice crossfire. And a booyah to come through. A good first start here for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia for this team.
Oh, the way Reverse Red has been playing Heavy with 4 of their teammates being ambushed by one of the players coming from Expand, immediately put an advantage towards Reverse Red. They know that they are taking their time to revive their own teammate. For Reverse Red, they take that opportunity, immediately knock down another 2, and the last player, unfortunately to them, for being taken out by Reverse Red. Quite easy actually.
I actually really love how Reverse Red played this. I mean, again, reminding everyone that this is a team that laid quiet until toward the mid side of the game. 4th circle was the only time we saw them come through as a third party. Eliminated almost 2 teams. They got their supplies, their loot, and slowly just played toward victory. Yes, they were actually sandwiched between Expand as well as HEV just now. HEV was on top of the high ground, but you really got to give it to them. From a standpoint of they are the losing team because they are sandwiched, they are not afraid to take the fight to Expand because they knew they had the high ground advantage. Took Expand down before finally reversing it back to Heavy. And I think in this situation, Heavy had the man advantage, but Reverse Red was not afraid to play together. Keeping a calm, cool head, I have to say that this team does really well under pressure.
Yep, agreed. Because they know what they need to do, and immediately when the revival of the second player just now been given an advantage.
That was clutch, dude.
Yes. You're going into Heavy. Good job.
Really love seeing that, honestly. And I think it's just one of those moments where you have like a really solid teamwork come through. Especially when you come into that swing from both sides of the glue walls just now. It was almost a 1, 2, 3 swing moment. Because yes, he was trying to isolate his fights, but when you have a team that's so solid, that does not allow themselves to be isolated, to be 1v1, understanding that the enemy has that shotgun in hand, it gives them a lot more value. Gives them a lot more understanding that okay, it's a shotgun. The most you can do is you can't be together because the collide's gonna happen. You have to be situation. You have to be situation where we are gonna be separated, but we can see each other and cross. And that's why I want to see more from these teams. Fairly fast first map from Bermuda, but honestly, Avi, are you expecting otherwise?
For me, for Bermuda, I was almost expected that they gonna be being a bit kind of a safe gameplay. As you can see on during the early games, the teams there are only about 4 teams fighting between each other, and the other they are quite trying to find a good drop spot where they can loot more. But during the fights, only a few or a handful of fights that we can see immediately taken out the other team as well.
I think it's also quite surprising because I was expecting a lot more revives to come up in the first 4 circles, right? But we didn't see that, surprisingly. I mean, mostly because all the fights happened so quickly. A lot of teams were not prepared at how aggressive these teams were going to be. This is one of the first fights. You can see how they went all in. Yes, we want to have one player like the Axel just try to run away and go for that revive, but like and Lim as well, in fact. But when they are trying to go for these revives, you start to see some teams are really smart. They are camping these checkpoints near the revival spots, near the vending machines, so that teams are not able to go for these revives. And in fact, punishing these lone players for even playing that 3-1 strat. And I think that this punishing sort of gameplay not only rewards teams that are very patient because you get that 1 point for finding that 1 elimination point, but you also really dwindle the amount of people in the lobby, which means that it's going to be less people to deal with when it comes to those revives.
Yep, agreed. Because I think the way that they are trying right now, from the first game, they always quite close to each other. For teammates going in when they are trying to fight another team, instead of one of the sniper or one of the support being far away trying to assist using that sniper. But in this game, we can see that even the sniper will be closing in towards the enemy team as well.
I think it's more of a matter of space because sometimes you want to play far away, but there's a lot of time you're gonna get third party, and there's not a situation where the sniper will not be put in such a vulnerable position. The best place for the snipers or even those long range supports to play is to play mid range, where it's not too far away. Regardless, let's see what these teams have to say in the first match. Let's see what these players have to say.
อุ๊ยแล้วก็หนึ่งทีถ้าขยิบตาหนึ่งทีนี่ได้เลยโอป้า
สร้างผลงานสร้างชื่อหน่อยเขาจะได้จำว่าเฮ้ยนี่มันจะมาแย่งสาวเวียดนาม
สแตนบายค่ะ
โอเค
Yay! Now you are live with me, Yuki Degyu, and here with us, Explosive from Reverse Lane! Okay, I'm so nervous right now. I'm so excited because this is the first game and Thailand already got first booyah! How do you feel?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่แบบว่าเราเป็นหน้าใหม่เราได้บูย่าครั้งแรก
ตื่นเต้นดีครับเพราะว่าเป็นรายการแรกที่ผมได้มาถึงขนาดนี้ครับก็กดดันมากครับ
I am very excited because this is the first international event that I have come and I got very pressure.
So any stress?
เครียดไหมคะ
เครียดมากครับ
Very stress.
As a pro player, how to deal with your stress?
แล้วถ้าเรากดดันแบบนี้เราจัดการตัวเองไงคะ
ก็คุยกับทีมครับทีมก็ช่วยผ่อนคลายครับได้เยอะครับ
So okay
I talk with him a lot and we help each other for relaxing the situation.
Okay, so I want to know what is your goal team for today?
เป้าหมายของการแข่งขันวันนี้คืออะไรคะ
ก็ขอท็อป1ก็พอครับวันนี้
Wow!
I just want to be the top one.
I like that confidence. So anything you want to say to your fans?
ฝากข้อความให้แฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์รีเวอร์เลนด้วยนะครับเพราะผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับทุกรายการครับ
Please support Reward Rate. We will do our best for this competition.
Yay! Congratulations, Reverse Race. I hope to see you after this match. Okay?
หวังจะเจอกันเกมหน้านะคะ
Okay. And now I think you guys are ready for the next match. So back to you, Shellcaster.
Reverse Red, huh? Like their name, pulling a reverse on us. Honestly, Avi, I was so sure that HEV had that map. I was so sure they're
Yes.
gonna get the booyah just now. How on earth did
Agreed.
that happen?
I think that's where the X-Pen is the reason one of the players coming from Heavy, and they immediately taken the time to take out two of the players from Heavy, which means only one player's left. But unfortunately for Reverse Red, good gameplay coming up with. They know that they need to take down Team Heavy during that fight. If not, then the chances are they will be taken out.
That's right. Let's have a look at the MVP now for this game. From Reverse Red, we're gonna see Red Diamond here with the A124. Now, Puffy, why do you think that he got the MVP?
Oh, look at his damage, 3.3k or 3,316 with that 5 eliminations and headshots and knockdown. What interesting here for Red Diamond, he's using A124 with a Woodpecker, and the combination of his skills, his weapon, really showed with the facts being shown on the screen.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting when you have an A124. There's a lot of disabling going on here. I think Red Diamond is probably the reason why his team managed to win that. But in our day, when you think about all of these teams whose actives are not able to be used to their advantage, puts them in a lot of these teams in an advantage. They're just left to only deal with their passives, with their gunplay as well. So when you are lost at the advantage, it's so hard for you to take up more space. And honestly, I think Red Reverse did a very good job. When you look at Sming just now as well with the Tatsuya, yes, he fell just now as well. Not really the best when it comes to that game, but I have to say that the information that he's given to his team really allowed them to really take advantage and just really swing off and just pop off. Expose Z just now, playing off the information Sming gave in the early of the game. Nameless and Red Diamond, I think Nameless has been massive as well. Great when it comes to just really helping out with that knockdown, putting in that damage, just to really allow his teammates to really chunk the rest. Now, when it comes to this game in particular, I think that the whole team really understood the assignment when it comes to making decisions in pressure cooker situations. You're sandwiched between two teams.
Yep.
Which team do you want to go for first? Why choose Expand? Because we have the high ground advantage. Because we can easily just hop over the glue walls put down and we can easily land those shots with our shotguns. Regardless, we also have the elimination leaders right now with Expose leading the pack with 7 eliminations. And Red Diamond, and then with that we have Indonesians, IDS, HEV, and Nameless all with 4 each, which shows how aggressive that particular lobby was, especially in the first map.
Yes, agreed, with Expose leading with 7 elimination. And for me, for Reverse Red, they, like you see, they really know their place and their strategy to assist each other, whereby Expose have the highest eliminations here, but the damage is gone to his teammate. So they really work well, or the teamwork have been done together with Diamond. And for Indonesian team, the Indo Stars, although they've been taken out quite on the mid game, still on the list. And now the key players, we have 3 teams coming from Thailand, which is Reverse Red and Expand. Gram MKS is also listed as the key players with the highest ice wall destroyed. And now for the survival time, Diamond, amazingly, with 936 seconds.
I mean, he was one of the last 2 to remain alive during the last game. If you remember, he was the one who actually swung out and traded with his friend for that booyah. And honestly, I think these key players to watch is something that you gotta really pay attention to, because sometimes it's not just about those frags, not about those impacts when it comes to that eliminations, but also what you can do for your teams as well. Now, the weapons that we are going to be seeing a lot used, even 12 right now, is the Woodpecker. But in this situation, you want to be able to, just getting these best weapons is going to be also a chore in itself. Either you get it early in the game by getting those early drop spots, or you get those early fights like what we saw earlier. And honestly, seeing today's trend, I don't think that for day 1, we're going to be seeing this aggressive lobby stop anytime soon. As all these teams are still trying to understand where the reposition of drop spots are going to be, these early fights are not going to change until I think maybe day 2 or day 3, or you start to see a little bit more slower, see a lot more revivals and understanding when it comes to rotations. But 17 eliminations with 12 rank points gives reverse rate 29 points, putting them 11 points ahead of the rest of the pack. And this is massive because it's a statement point. It's going to be a little bit hard to catch up because they put such a big, I would say, gap between them and Expand, despite not getting second place, they still managed to really go hard on this eliminations. And Expand was the team to get those first blood and that first elimination in the game as well. So that already sets a precedent, or rather what kind of momentum we are expecting to see, at least for these top 3 teams, reverse rate, Expand, as well as HEV.
Yep, agreed. And also for Heavy, since they are the one that has been second place, but unfortunately for them, because of the elimination points has been making them towards the third place, but only 11 points towards a reverse rate. So the chances are they can still catch up. This is the first game. We have another 5 games, which next would be the Purgatory. So for me, Tashbani, Purgatory is gonna be quite competitive towards the other team because of the placement of the compound. In the middle we have Brasilia. Surrounding Brasilia is an open space, so the chances are they can be sniped down or been ambushed by the other teams as well.
That's why I really like Purgatory, because this is a map that really rewards those support players. I mean, a lot of time, the star players are always the fraggers, the one in the front line, right? But when you're able to see these support players really come through, it's always going to be toward Kalahari, toward Purgatory, where the maps are a little bit more open. And you start to see a lot more distance, especially on Purgatory, to the support players on those fraggers, because it's a lot bigger map. We talked about how Bermuda was a little bit smaller, a little bit more, I would say, a faster gameplay. But I don't think you're going to be seeing that aggressive in Purgatory. I think, yes, the initial fights are still going to be happening, at least if teams are dropping near the same areas. But for those all-out fights, I think it's not going to be full all-out. There's always going to be one player being able to get away because of how big and vast the map is.
Yep, agreed. Because with Portal Go as well, the chances are they can immediately run if, let's say, the last player is still surviving. But with a Portal Go as well, they can immediately go into the fights where the other teammate most probably just watching them give the shooting, but that is why they need to be careful between each other. If not, then the chances are going to be backstab. And like the first game, we have third party, if I'm not mistaken, about 3 places. So
that was a lot.
The chances are we're going to see third party game again.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, it's Free Fire. Free Fire is one of those games that really rewards patient sort of play, but also those aggressive play. Yes, aggressive play, yes, you're going to be getting that. But one thing about those aggressive plays is that you have to always watch your back. That's why you really need a good support to really make sure that your team can stay safe. But the problem with that as well is making sure that your support can stay safe as well. Because when you lose your support and you don't have eyes to watch your flank, to watch your 6, it's gonna be a problem, because your whole team's gonna be in trouble. It's a very big domino effect. Again, reminding you guys that back in the time where Philippines played in our region, Philippines was one of those regions that love to play third party, and it always bring them very far. Now, reverse rate start off the day with that. My question is whether or not these teams are going to keep keeping a closer eye on reverse rate because of that, because we didn't see it happen until the fourth circle. Now, coming into this game, I mean, they look like they're in good spirits. I mean, again, with about 11 points ahead of the pack, I mean, I'm not going to be complaining. I mean, it means that I can sort of it gives me a little bit of room to make mistakes, but not too much room, because in this sort of game, like one booyah plus some placement points really gives you about 30 plus points already. And because of how the format is, where every week you'd have to make sure you're collecting points. Once the team has gone far, it's almost impossible to catch up. Once the team has momentum, it's almost impossible to really stop that momentum.
Agreed. Because right now, the good thing is for FFWS SEA, the team will not be rotating. For example, during the country-based FFWS, they will be fighting 2 games and they will be resting for 2 and going back for another 2. But for this one, since they are playing from the 1st until the 6th for day 1. So the chances are they will be much more heated, I would say, or much more
Warmed
focused
up.
during the
Warmed
game.
up will be the right word. Yeah, warmed up. In Malay, Bahasa Malaysia, we say panas engine. We do have
Yes.
that. Not too sure. I mean, I think I've seen this throughout so many different esports where we have to be seeing teams that don't really do too well in the first few games. But speaking of games, we are going to be at map number 2, Purgatory, coming right at you.
And here we go on the second game. We are in Purgatory. We are seeing Heavy immediately jump from the plane going towards a forge, whereby C-Triple-G are taking into Lumber Mill and followed by PE Sports. It's like PE Sports trying to eye for that skill launch, but can they go that far? If not, then the chances are they need to be fighting with heavy teams. But Brasilia will be seeing Team Flash and X-Pen coming from Malaysia here.
You know what's really exciting? The fact that STE mentioned to us that PE Esports has the same drop spot as them. But the past 2 maps, we did not see that. So I'm guessing they can cross off those first 2 maps. But stopping that, Nameless Red Reaver starting with a strong, ready, taking out Ray very, very early. First Red, really good. They are looking to quickly get that point for themselves to the pocket. They're just so quick on that that drop, so quick on that pickoff.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's in a situation where they're super, I would say, in a bad spot, or at least for the team that they've eliminated, because they still are missing 1 more player. So you can see that they are going to go for that revive. And the thing is, right, we talked about that revive just now. Like, yeah, it's fun to get that full 4-person elimination. You have to worry about them anymore. But what if the team that you eliminate is just a team that doesn't compare to you in terms of firepower? And then you just leave them to revive and then just try to farm them again. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that could actually be the meta. I think we saw that a few years ago.
But I think the chances are in the C championship, I think it's gonna be quite hard for them to farm the players. Each of them are considered pro players in their country as well.
Of course,
But,
of course.
we'll see on how the gameplay is with right now X-Pen coming from Malaysia are fighting off with Flash in Brasilia. Right now for Shin taking the rooftop with his teammates, trying to eye for Axel. Axel is the only one nearby the vending machine. If he's not being careful, then the chances are being taken out immediately.
Oh, man. Seeing them, just take the time, cut noise, just to really just keep them guessing in terms of their information. Axel keeping a close eye. A nice little reposition from the other members as Flash takes up the space. The Axel now already knocked down, and a lobby. The Axel was actually the dedicated player. 4-3 goes for that revives. He was right close by to that vending machine for that revive, actually. Not happening, but Crimex still waiting. Just hoping he doesn't get seen, but I think Volley already knows. I think he spotted his back, actually. Crime MKS running for his life. There's a position, but Volley was just playing with his food. Almost like a cat. Expand despite the good start in the first map, but this time they're the first team eliminated. Scratch that, EFOS as well.
2 teams has been wiped out almost at the same time on the 3rd minute here. And I like how Flash, he's baiting with that grenade. He's like, I'm gonna throw this grenade at you, but cancel that, I'm gonna shoot you with my XM8.
I mean, in a way, it's a good thing. Because, like, he doesn't... That's what I call trigger discipline. You don't attack too early, because if he whiffs that, he might go down. So what he does is he just throws that nade to just push him out of his whole area. Like that. Beautifully done nade there. Legoth also answers back. Nice jump shot by Shin. No answering back, but Shin is in trouble. He's out there in the open. A little bit too aggressive here. Will be paying dearly for his life, but Legoth will be the one to have the short end of the stick. And the blue wall waves a ring around the Rosie. Those shotgun shots are not hitting, and finally one does. knocks him down. Yan Bin putting in the hurt as Flash feeling good right now. Not quite done yet. Still one more play to worry about. Razor. Such a fair chunk of damage. Nearly getting knocked down here. His teammate is there to go for that reposition. Trying to break that area. But the reposition come through the glue wall will eventually go down. They do manage to get that reset that they sorely need. But when they are just sandwiched in two different areas, it's going to be almost impossible as Duts thankfully comes by in the nick of time, and Flash finally, despite their predatory behavior just hounding around the player of RRQ, they come up on top and in fact become the elimination leader.
Right now for RRQ, it's quite a nice gameplay where they immediately took two of the players, which one of it is Artemis, where right just then for the team they are trying to push one of the players coming from RRQ, but the teamwork coming or the assistance coming from RRQ is quite fast. Immediately taken out 3 players less in 10 seconds.
Seems like GOW is just stopping Kwang. That's straight. This is life by Jumbal. One of the seniors here in the game that's putting in a lot of damage and taking a lot of damage. Playing around. ID Stars. Very high risk playing. Will be punished for it. Now it's a 3-way fight. As the other members come through. IDS running for their lives, and Homeboys. How are they going to be repositioning here? Homeboys not down and out quite yet. Butterfly, Mercy quite low. Trying to go for the reset. I don't think they've been spotted out by the other members of IDS, but Butterfly is not in a safe spot at all. Liam right in front. Potentially able to knock him down. Don't think so. Yes, he does. Spies as well goes down. GOW. Aggressive plays. Eliminates 2. Survives with all 4 still very much happy and healthy. His Homeboys left to pick up the pieces, but thankfully manages to take a place in the warehouse over the other side. So at the very least manages to get a reset, but Kwang is not done quite yet. Good reposition with the teleport, gives you a little bit of space, and Homeboys are scrambling to get out of there, and Mercy is not given the mercy, as the other members of HB will be falling down like dominoes. With only 1 member left, what are they going to be doing here?
And immediately for Diane, taken out one of the players, and now God of Wolf has been taking 5 elimination points for Homeboys. They were actually in the nick of time during that spot there where they were sandwiched. They almost got away, but then with that portal go for God of Wolf, immediately repositioned themselves and taken out 2 of the players, and Faiz now been taken out. For Homeboys has been wiped out on the 9th place on the 7th minutes here. So God of Wolf, good strategy coming from them. They immediately know where they need to go with that portal go. And like I said, for portal go is the game changer. Immediately, they don't need to run. They just need to be aware where they need to be.
I mean, very high risk, high reward play, but in a lot of situations, strategically placed teleports on the side of the building and stuff like that can also give a lot of information. The first play to go through will be a scout. Just really position, see if it's clear, call out by his teammates, and then just immediately go for that swarm, very aggressive style of swarm play. We're seeing it a lot right now. But speaking of a swarm gameplay, PE, side by side with Heavy, not quite in a situation where they are going in for the all-in fight quite yet. I mean, position-wise, they are neighbors, but Vitant, it's a 3-1 formation. Vitant will be trying to look for that opening. Spots out the other members of HEV. Start opening fire, but doesn't seem that HEV wants to answer quite yet. I think in this situation, right, when you are trying to really weigh your options, because you're in the circle, you know that you don't have to take a fight so very early, because a lot of these early fights have not resulted in those revives that we expected that we're going to be seeing so early in the game.
Yep, agreed. And right now, for all the teams, they are trying to be in a safe gameplay. And even for Heavy with PE Sports, they are trying to avoid each other. And even Heavy right now, they are trying to take some time. But for C-Triple-G, immediately going in with a God of Wolf. But Peter, unfortunate for him, has been taken out by Iza. And now for one more, using that AWM, trying to snipe Dian. But Dian only 115 damage has been done with that Skylar. Hoping for that opening, 117, only a few, and he got his feet is dangling out there. But now for Iza, it's not a good time for him because two of the players coming from CGG goes towards and taking him out. For Di Kwang immediately use that card to making sure his team will be revived afterwards.
PE. Despite that fight, they're still finding a very safe way into that circle. Coming on top, 0 elimination, still very safe gameplay. Something that I was not expecting, at least from the Vietnamese region, but I think they're just still trying to understand how exactly they want to approach these games. Now, Red Rivers, you can already see on one side there, they are still playing that very aggressive game. They are still farming for these elimination points. That's exactly what I can already see that's going to be a trend that they're going through. Now, for RQ, against this Vietnamese team, HEV is just going to be immediately boxed in the house. Yes, earlier, PE was their neighbor, but with RQ's aggression that we're not going to be seeing anytime soon, I'm going to be seeing stopping anytime soon, I think it's going to be almost impossible. They're in a situation where they are boxed into a compound. They're not able to cross out. And I think in the circular situation as well, it's going to be very hard for them to reposition themselves because all 4 players are in one house. The nades fortunately does not go into the compound, into the house. So all they can do is just stonewall themselves in there. Just really hope for RQ to just really waste all of the resources in them and perhaps pull a reverse Uno onto them. But let's see how exactly they'll be managing this because it doesn't seem that RQ wants to be taking up this space. They just want to try and whittle down the HP before deciding to go through.
Yes, and I think in the way that for Heavy and RRQ are playing, they want to hold that compound, making sure that there are no other teams coming in to that houses because that are the only space that the chances on the 4th zone later on. But right now, for Indostars, they are coming in quite close by with the other teammates, which is PE Sports for the Vietnamese teams. For in the Indonesias, we can see RRQ still standing strong in the middle. For CGG, they will be fighting with a reverse red Diamond, peeking towards one more, but one more is aiming at him with that AWM. And with that RGS, 30 damage, 34. The chances are there will be much more damage going into one more, but immediately with that glow wall, making sure that he's safe behind that wall and making Red Rivers pushing in towards the zone. Then the only thing that they can do here, using that portal go to move safely from the river.
It's a good, I would say, a good change in pace, honestly. They do want to get those elimination points, but it doesn't really blind them from understanding the objective will be coming first. But I think they changed their mind. They are already inside of the circle, there's no worries about that. But STE will be the one to be facing up against Red Reavers. Let's see if Reavers Uno will be the game here, whether or not STE can take them. Now they do have the high ground advantage. All they have to do is just wait for a head to pop. Does come through, the opportunity presents itself, but I think they're just still waiting for time. Stop! Says stop, let me just quickly take you down. Unfortunately reversed there by Reavers. Red's firepower is honestly insane when you think about it. Drop shots to come through as well. And they're so quick on the fly. Caramel here with the spray is just immediately eliminating other members of Red. Now still one more player to worry about, but now Red alone wants to make sure to go for that revive. But Sming, despite being all alone, is just taking his fight against CGG. That is insane balls of steel play, I have to say. Puts a lot of damage into CGG. And not only that, he's not even like, I would be expecting like for him to be running for his life toward, a revival point, a vending machine. But instead he's picking fights. This is just next level. I would say courage. I don't know if it's courageous or just insane at this point. What the heck is that?
I think the chances are he's trying to pull CGG towards Stalwart Esport, so then he can be safely running away. But for CGG, they know that they need to go towards the zone first because we are at the 4th, going into the 5th, which the damage done to the HP is gonna be quite high. And if let's say they are gatekeepers from the zone, then the chances are they're cannot coming in. And right now we are seeing Indostars. So Lim is trying to be revived by 18 Dia. 7 squads are still remaining, and they are a few quite close to each other. With Heavy trying to take down Dew with that shot, Woodpecker, and trying to take him out, but Stop will try to revive him from downstairs.
RRQ with their shotguns. I think they're like best friends at this point. 3 players with 3 different shotguns. Are you kidding me? That is absolutely disgusting. And that's probably the reason why they're playing inside of a compound. Anyone takes their compound, they're gonna be forcing them into the CQC, and that's exactly what they want to do. Force them into the sense of false sense of safety. I think PE probably smells their ruse. Regardless, 12 eliminations in the bag with this CQC playstyle. And don't cry from PE. Let's try to scout out some information, puts in a little bit of damage, or at least some information coming in for HEV. Now, this is a very aggressive play for Don't Cry because he's all alone on the top side of the ceiling here. Reposition is going to be a bit annoying if they do manage to get pushed in. But that Homer will eventually show off a position of the player. But whether or not they're going to play off it, yes they do. Nero putting in the damage. None of them actually hurting. A teleport to the other side. Now we have STE in the compound right beside, and underneath it is RRQ. What is this neighborly feud that we're seeing?
We are seeing 3 squads and together in that compound. Heavy also teleport inside that house on the 2nd floor. So the chances are only PE Sports having the only team on the outside, with God of Wolf as well trying to come in, but the chances are being eyed by the
they're
RRQ.
fighting already. Oh my god, 3 teams, 1 house. Let me see this happen. I would never thought that the day would come. Now we're seeing these little pickoffs happening, but no team has given up their space quite yet. No team wants to fight. No team wants to start that. But as the time dwindles out, we are slowly going to the 7th circle. Someone has to give up their space. And with PE on this top side of the area, STE takes a little bit of chunk of damage from that nade. Unfortunately, they don't have the high ground. Haugan was trying to put in that top of the head, but GOW does go down at 5th place. PE drops down. They have to go away. The circle not in their favor. Gonna be the 4th tenants available for this house. But with how packed this house is, it's gonna be so hard. STE does come to the wall. They're gonna be breaking it to get out of space. Meet another team face to face. They're still waiting. Buying time. No players have moved quite yet. You hear all this commotion, and no one has hurt quite yet. RP lost 1 player. PE already knocked out for 2. 1 player already lobbied. Don't think they're gonna get a revive out of this. And Caramel tried to slowly become his teammate.
Ooh, and immediately trying to revive, and right now for Someone and taken one of the players. And right now for Heavy, only 2 players remaining. He's trying to heal himself, but Cypher using that Drogon, taking out the 1 player. And Heavy right now almost eliminated, but the fighting is being gone towards inside the house. RRQ has taken the other players, and now with 2 teams remaining, we have Stalwart Esports and RRQ with 60 points.
This is not the best situation for RRQ. They only have shotguns. They are going to actually forward. This is trade on trade. Abai High does get 1. Will be shot down, and RRQ will be able to get that booyah. Huge. Honestly, was so nervous for them. Because for RQ, they only had shotguns in hand. STE wanted to lure them outside just to really put them away from their CQC style of play. But RQ was a bit smarter. He really breaks the glue wall, jumps out, jump shot forward. You can't really do much when your hands are just those long range weapons.
Yeah, agreed. And with that bomb, actually, the one making RRQ quite hectic just now, chaotic. They know that the bomb is inside the house and they immediately try to go out, but with a Stalwart Esports immediately trying to eye for the players coming from RRQ. And here the lineups that have won the Booyah for the 2nd team. And for this, we will be playing after the 2nd match coming in. The other 2 good and based from the players coming in, we have Stalwart Esport eyeing out from side of the zone.
Yeah. Honestly, that's a massive fight by Stalwart Esports. They're a team that's been not BMing, but warned the other teams that they're going to be BMing these teams. And they seem to be really backing it up.
Yep, agreed. Because right now, just then, we can see from the players that they are really positioned themselves on how they need to find a way. Because on the 6th zone going into the 7th, that is the last zone. So each of them are being in a panic mode, whereby 3 of the teams inside the house, they need to find a way on how to move forward because the zone is not going towards them. So that's where the heat of the moment, 3 teams fighting off with each other, but Stalwart Esport immediately taking the roof, 2 of the players making sure that they have a way to go outside of the compound.
Honestly, Stalwart Esports had the right idea. They wanted to play outside of the house because they don't have that CQC weapons that RRQ has. I mean, 3 of the players of RRQ had those shotguns, no? So what they wanted to do was to take away that advantage position where they had those weapons in the form of CQC. But I think RRQ was a bit smarter because they did not allow more space to be taken away. They were so quick to chunk down those blue walls and immediately just jumping out and just getting those jump shots, those beautifully done jump shots onto the other members of STE. Honestly, just so well done. Because RRQ, I want to say I was surprised because when you are in a position of a team that's inside a compound with 3 other teams, right? You expect your team to be already very wounded, already so low on supplies. P Esports was exactly the team with the advantage here. But I think because of the situations, because that they weren't able to really control the space that they had and take up more space, the circle also wasn't in their favor. It was just a very unlucky situation in this situation. But RRQ, because they were already so sure with their game plan with the CQC route, they were very much prepared for that fight. So regardless, we have an interview with RRQ. Let's see what they have to say about that fight just now.
Can you feel the temperature heating up right now? And here with us, Monkey Deal! Are you exciting?
ตื่นเต้นไหมคะ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
Very excited.
Just early, excited, nervous, stressed or something?
ถ้าตื่นเต้นเหรอคะแบบมีแบบกังวลกดดันเครียดไหม
มีหมดเลยครับเพราะว่าเป็นวันนี้เป็นวันแรกครับ
I have it all because today is the first day.
Okay. Any words to your fans in Thailand and other countries, especially India?
มีข้อความอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยหรือแฟนต่างชาติไหมคะโดยเฉพาะอินเดีย
นามัสเตพาเทียะพาชาซาโก
Which mean?
หมายความว่าอะไรคะแปลว่าอะไร
แปลว่าตามนั้นแหละพี่ ต้องไปแปลอีก
Okay it mean hello Indian fans ข้อความถึงแฟนๆด้วยค่ะ
คนไทย
เอาเลย
ฝากติดตามทีมฝากเชียร์ทีมสตาร์บอร์ดด้วยนะครับ ทีมผมจะเก็บคะแนนไปรอบ ไม่ได้ครับ
Please support Stalwart Esport. We will try to collect as much point as possible so we can go to Vietnam.
Oh, you want just only go to Vietnam. What about your Esport World Cup?
อยากไปแค่เวียดนามเหรอไม่อยากไป Esport World Cup เหรอคะ
รายการอะไรพี่
Esport World Cup ที่เรากำลังจะมีขึ้นในเดือนกรกฎาคม
ครับ
อยากไปใช่ไหม
ใช่อยากไป
Yeah he really wanna go ค่ะ
He is a very playful guy, you know. Okay, last one. Is it true that Thai team doesn't affect to enter region but Thai team would?
จริงไหมที่แบบว่าเราไม่กลัวทีมจากประเทศอื่นเลยนอกจากทีมไทย
ใช่ครับตามนั้นเลยพี่ไม่กลัวทีมใครนอกจากทีมไทย
Yes it is what it is only Thai team
Oh, okay. So other region is like your underdog?
มีทีมอื่นที่แบบมีทีมของต่างชาติที่น่าจับตามองไหมคะแบบมามืด
มีแค่อีโวครับเพราะว่ามีเลเพื่อนรักครับ
Oh!
Only it was DY because they help my beloved friend Ray
Okay, last but not least, do you want to say something to Ray?
มีข้อความอยากฝากถึงเรย์ไหมคะ
มาอยู่ที่2ครับเดี๋ยวผมเป็นที่1เอง
come to stay at the second place because I will be number one.
That was lit! Oh my god, congratulations to Star Wars Esports. And now, everyone, back to you, Shoutcaster.
It's a lot of banter coming here. Ray is taking a lot of the heat here. I wonder how Ray has to say. I'm really waiting for the time where Ray actually has an answer to all of these to these banter. Regardless, I think when we go into map number 2 just now, I think it was one of the most legendary things. I don't think in my years of casting Free Fire, I've seen a situation where we had like 3 teams in one compound. What about you, Alfie?
Oh, that one was quite one in a million, whereby each of them for the team to teleport just next to the other room from the other team, which is quite exciting to see, and how they're trying to find a way to go out from the game. And now let us see the team MVP for the game 2.
Wow. Saifa, honestly, I'm not surprised Saifa with that multiple frags just now, especially in those team fights. His teammates gave so much space in terms of giving him distractions, and all he had to do was just chunk them down with his shotgun. Using A124 as well really helped him with the disabling of the abilities as well, which gives him a lot of space to really move around and weave around. He doesn't have to worry about a teleportation in. He doesn't have to worry about other teams just using other utilities on him. Yeah, I honestly think that this is like the best situation for you to use A124, especially as a fragger in the front lines. It just works wonders for them.
Yeah, agreed. Because right now with that A124, we are seeing 2 MVP for tonight using that skills. But the difference is the weapon that they have been using. But for Saifa, like you said just now, with that shotgun M1887 is being the one is taking the damage towards the other teams. And with that, we can see 3 of the players coming from Stalwart Esports using A124, and only 1, which is Dew, using Tatsuya. And from this, A124 are slowly going in, making sure that the enemy teams will not be having the skills that they can use with. For example, if let's say 3 of them are coming in towards the enemy, one by one using the A124 skills, the lock skills, then immediately for the other teammates, they are not in a good position to use their passive or their active. And now with the kills, the eliminations with the knockdown and headshot, we are seeing the most coming from Saifa, the highest elimination with damage as well. But the team has assisted, especially Dew, with that 2000 damage for knockdowns.
Honestly, RRQ as well was honestly very, very exciting to watch, because RRQ, I think throughout the entire game, the team has been gunning for this, I would say, this very aggressive style shotgun play. And I think it's very fun to watch. They've really, really funneled themselves into a lot of compounds. They love rushing into compounds, just taking up that space. And in the situation as well, but I think for GOW, it's a very unfortunate situation for them because they're always caught out in the open. I understand the style of play is to go for these really aggressive long-range fights, but in this situation, because of how the circle has positioned itself, it really didn't give them the positioning or that advantage where they would be able to come up on top in the fights that they want to take in the mid to long range sort of style they want to work out.
Agreed, because then the chances are they'll be in a tougher position. But for the key players right now being listed here, we have 2 coming from the Thailand team, Stalwart Esports and Reverse Raid, followed by RRQ coming from Indonesia and God of War from Vietnam. The highlights, I want to show you the 9 assists. Oh, that is quite high.
An assist really means a lot of impact for the team, but it's going to be the Trogon that's going to be used for this particular game. It's a lot more alongside the Bison and the Charge Buster. Now, these are all, I think, a little bit more toward the mid to short range sort of fights. I mean, we saw it happen. It really manifested itself into this very aggressive moments. And I think in a situation, it also can work out in their favor, even in the open area, because when the Charge Buster can really just obliterate anything in its path. There's a lot of damage put through. And number two, it's in a situation where you can use those blue walls as a way to just really play ring around rosy. You can do those jump shots, you can just really isolate fights, and that's exactly what a lot of these teams are going for. Now with STE just now, not as much as the first games in terms of points, but it's still enough to put them up on top. 27 points, but this map too is just as, I would say, competitive, with RRQ coming only 2 points behind with a 16 eliminations. STE is only 1 point behind, but because of that rank point, puts them ahead of them in terms of the pack.
Yes, but unfortunate for Xpan and Evo's Divine. In this time around, they are on the 11th and 12th place with 0 points. So the chances are on the third game later on, they need to buck up and to get that missing points, because like you said, for Stalwarts, RRQ, Reverse Rate, and God of Wolf, they are having 2 digits on the second match. So these results will be an impact towards the overall standings later on. Although only 2 games has been played, but the gap is gonna be much higher for the other teams if they are not trying to go and find the elimination points and needed.
So very interesting situation, because again, I think for me, I expected to see a lot more from CGGG, a team that really came up on top last year, and I really expected to see more from Expand as well. I see them on the second map utterly unprepared is also quite surprised. It shows how competitive this particular lobby is, how a new year doesn't really mean that we're going to be seeing the same teams who come up on top. I think it's a big statement played by Stewart Esports, because I was a bit concerned, because when you want to go for that banter, you want to it puts number one, it puts a big target on your back, and number two, challenging other teams also means that you have to back up what they say, and I think this confidence play just really backs them up. Now with 43 points, Red Reavers has put them ahead of the pack. They didn't really come up on top as high as they did in the first game, but that statement play in the game number one really gave them not only a lot of room to play with, but also gave them a lot of leeway to really understand what to expect on different maps from different teams. Now Stalwart Esports did big as well, not too far behind of Reverse Red, with only like 5 eliminations behind. So again, this kind of like elimination heavy aggressive style plays isn't gonna stop anytime soon. But I am still quite surprised, and I think like in the second map, yes, we did see some revives, but not as many as I thought we would see.
Yep, because I think they are trying to look into or monitor towards the other teammates or the other teams are playing, making sure that they will be not having only one teammates trying to run away and revive their own team. So I think between each other they need to be aware, and most probably the chances are for the day one, most probably they are trying to see how the gameplay between the other team as well. Most probably.
To understanding the other teams, but also to really understand how the other teams work in game as well. Day one, I think day one is that icebreaker moment where you don't understand where each team is going to be dropping. Yes, you may have some information based on the scripts you have played, but this doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be translating into the other levels.
The breaker.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
I didn't hear the... Do you hear the... Sorry, I can't really hear you. You're very soft compared to the in-game sound. So I'm so sorry. I think it's your cue for the break.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?
Amazing first two maps to start off the day. Very bloody, very aggressive, just the way you like it. As we go into the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024. Tashmani alongside Alfie, your English casters for today. And before we start, can I just say petition for Garena to make a movie based on Free Fire, because that opening was dope.
Yes, agree. With the animation, it was one of the best animation that I've seen from Garena as well. And just a recap for our viewers in Bermuda, Red Reverse has been taken the Booyah, followed by Stalwart Esport in Purgatory. So for the third game later on, I'm hoping for the other team as well to come out from the list and eventually taken the Booyah as well.
It's honestly really exciting because I was expecting for more teams at least to be a little bit more, I would say, a bit more disparaged. On day one, number one, we're going to see a lot more different teams getting Booyah so early, a lot more different teams coming up on top, but these teams are already very, very consistent. They're just so eager to defend their titles as not only the best in their region, but also some of the best from the Free Fire World Series last year. And this is honestly a statement play, but the question now is, with already 47 points on the board for Reverse Red already on game number 2, can the other teams in this league really step up to the plate? We haven't seen Group C play yet. We're going to be seeing them coming in tomorrow. So the question is, like, will they be able to take a lot of space? Now, again, sorry, 43 points, my bad for Red Reverse. Now, it is still going to be about I can't math right now, so it's still going to be quite a big number of points ahead of STE, where we can see number 2 and 3 a little bit more closer in points, and then a gap there toward HEV. Now, C Triple G is having, this is what I was expecting to see at least from a lot of top teams, a little bit slower on day number 1. But I wouldn't be surprised if C Triple G is just one of those teams that take time to really figure out how our rotation is going to be, what meta we are planning on taking, and which team rotations we rather do, and which teams we would rather meet and not meet as well. As we go into Alpine, another map, this is also going to be another challenge for these teams because they haven't played each other, at least not for this season yet on this particular one. So, Avi, what do you expect to see on this map?
Well, for the chances in Alpine, there will be an early fight as well because for Alpine, the map is quite spread out, the compounds, and it's almost similar like Purgatory. Purgatory, we have the compound in the middle and quite a huge space right beside. But for Alpine, it's just spotted. The compound is spread out, so the chances are less placed for them to loot. So the chances will be fighting with each other to fight who will be getting the drop zone.
It's honestly so exciting to see these players play on land itself. I mean, like, I think Free Fire gained a lot of popularity toward, during the pandemic. And a lot of these players were not able to see each other. Excuse me. So seeing them come together, playing on land to really not only get to know each other, but really, when you play together, there's no such thing as a ping disparity. There's no such thing as a geographic advantage for these players as well. In this situation, it also gives all these players a chance to really scrim with each other to understand how each region plays. And also, we were talking about this a little bit in the pre-show about how some teams have brought in a mixed roster compared to before, instead of like a one country roster.
Yes, agreed. And we can see some of it coming from Malaysia, where they are taking in the players from Indonesia as part of their rosters. So this is where I see a good news coming from the Free Fire players as well and the esports teams, because now they are investing to making sure that the teams are playing for the win.
Yeah, playing for the win is one. Number two, what's really exciting is the fact that, when you are playing in your own region, there's a certain type of gameplay that everyone in that region is just so used to.
Agreed.
And yes, you might be the best maybe in say Malaysia or Indonesia or Thailand. But once you leave that region, you go into a bigger pond such as Southeast Asia. It gives you like I think a little bit more extra information, a way to really integrate different styles of play to adapt to each other as you go into bigger and global tournaments. I mean, yes, we see Southeast Asia is one of the strongest regions here for Free Fire. But the question now begs is, with the combination of different regions coming into a team, will this region be able to take over Brazil, the previous champions of Free Fire World Series?
Oh, of course. I think based on the previous stats, we can see that Buriram is only a few points behind. So
About
the
17 points, I believe.
Yeah,
for
17
the-
points.
Still
Agreed.
quite like maybe like one map away, but for the Southeast Asian teams a little bit more close. So I think we're almost there. That recipe for success is almost there.
Yes, agreed. And now we'll be seeing for this third match for tonight. How are they gonna play? Let us see and let us watch.
Alpine, Alpine, Alpine. How many times can you say Alpine really quickly, Avi?
Oh, I think about 5 times.
Can I hear it from? Can I hear it for you? I'll do it 5
Alpine,
times.
Alpine, 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 Alpine.
Oh, damn. Just hearing pine at the end, no Alps. But speaking of that, it's gonna be a very fun one. I don't know why, but I have this like really I have a soft spot for snowfall because it's so all the way to the top side of the map, and it's also for some reason always one of the first places where players have these early fights. But I'm not sure if that is still going to be what we're gonna be seeing today.
Or because I think snowfalls have the best loot within the game, but the chances are, of course, for the other teams, they will be trying to take one of the places there. And right now, we are seeing the first fights of the game for match 3. Stalwart Esports got that first blood coming from RRQ. Kazu, he's trying to pick a little bit on advantage, but unfortunately for Stalwart, they are ready for that gunfight.
Interesting situation. I'm expecting a little bit more fights, but I think that was only one coming forward. RQ and Evas already both coming in. Now, this is the tempo I was expecting to see in the first 2 maps. And I think it's starting to equalize now. They're map number 3. The momentum coming forward as the other members of HEV. Gonna find themselves 2 picks here from C-Triple-G. C-Triple-G is not having the best day on day number 1. Yes, it's a... I mean, again... They say the teams that make the most of mistakes is the team that's going to be learning a lot. So I'm terrified of what I'm going to be seeing from C-Triple-G tomorrow, regardless for C-Triple-G. No worries with trying to get their teammates. But as he gets one more, he knows exactly what one more is. One more taking a lot of damage. He has to stay alive. He needs to be able to survive this and go for that revive. And speaking of our revive here, red reverse. No reverse on them right now as homeboys will be sent home.
Homeboys.
Sent home to the lobby so very early, 12th place. This is not the outcome they wanted because that means like around like what 2-3 maps now they are one of the teams that gets knocked out early, and this is so unlucky because their drop spots seem to always coincide with red reverse.
Yes, agreed. And with the aggressiveness coming from Red Reverse and C-Triple-G as well, been eliminated to the 11th place. Unfortunately for C-Triple-G, I think the chances are with the homeboys as well. They are trying to pick on how the gameplay between the other teams. And now with Heavy, just doing the emote there, laughing off towards C-Triple-G.
Some
Heavy coming from-
banter already.
Yeah. Whew.
My guy, it's day 1 map number 3. I love this. More, please.
We'll see if the game for C-Triple-G is gonna be hunting down Heavy.
It's gonna be exciting. Expand one more player. But right now, Jonah will be the damage leader. Now, I think we did have a chat just about what you expected to see on this map. You said very early aggression. We didn't really see that as much as I wanted to. The earlier fights coming in only at the drop, and then suddenly there's like this lull, this very slow sort of situation. It is a bigger map after all, so I do understand this. Trying to get those early fights is gonna be hard. Now the arsenal is open. I just want to see a little bit more fights there, but Heavy. It's just so quick on that quickly, limiting the members of Expand. And these members of Expand has only been brought into the game. They have been waiting for this moment to really farm them. And we talked about this in the pre-show as well, about what we can expect. But like, are players going to be like allowing them to respawn and just farm them? And you said probably not, because it's going to be really hard. But when you're quick enough, when these players come back down into the game with no loot, no weapons, no vests, nothing. This is when you want to get those points. And I think Heavy has found the perfect strat to just farm as much points as they can to bring into the next point, to the next game.
Yes, and also unfortunate for the X-Pan because he tried to run away quite far, but unfortunately met with a Team Heavy. And now we are seeing Reverse Raid are fighting off with Indo Stars. One knockdown has been taken with his Cochill, but Nameless has been sniped by Lim. But immediately for Lim, he's trying to move away with Summing there. With that, Landmine has been taken down, but Lim is the only players, and Reverse Raid are coming in. Sming has been taken out, but unfortunate, Bit Diamond coming in to assist. We are seeing Indo Stars at the 10th place.
This is exactly the kind of bloodshed that I was expecting to see coming in from Red Reverse. So Red Reverse is this team that I think they're so momentum heavy. They had a good game one, and they start to steamroll. They're just taking these fights. They're just literally going around and looking for these fights. They see a team and they're just immediately going to go in for it. There's no hesitation here. There's only just taking up space, taking up these fights. And because he understands that they're so quick on those loots and so aggressive with how they play, and their aggression is not very individualistic either. You have this one player putting in the damage, one player to put in that support as well. And immediately they're so, I would say, bombastic. As soon as the active has been popped, immediately just call laps onto that team. And it's so hard for them to do anything. Imagine you have an A124 player already there with the electromagnetic field, and suddenly all of your actives has been disabled. What can you do? You have to rely on this raw, pure aim fire. It's so hard because when the other teams can drop so many other different things, it's hard to have that advantage. And this is such an open area. EVOS and Heavy. This particular map has been extra aggressive, and Hans just dropping it down. Hans with a double, beautifully done. Two more members of EVOS. This kind of just locks himself up in a little corner, but it's not the play as Jonah and Tan jump forward, getting the knockdown. And in this situation, EVOS, what can you do? Wait for your teammates to come for you? I don't think so.
Yes, but for Heavy, immediately taken out in God for the other team, for EVOS right now. They are in a troublesome. They need to revive their own teammate. If not, then the chances are they'll be wiped out. But for God of Wolf, they are also getting one of the players coming from RRQ. And immediately one of the players are trying to run away, which is Razor towards
Razor's always running away. Let's be real here. This is like the fourth. This is like what the fourth map today. Third map. Yeah. And again, Razor trying to get away. He was actually the dedicated person going in for those revives, same as the Axel, and he hasn't been able to. Regardless, EVOS and RRQ both get the revives in, which is what we expected to see. I was so sure that EVOS would get chucked out, but honestly, leaving the other two members behind has given them enough space to really just not only run away, but also provide that, I would say, the distraction that to let their teammates run away and really take up that space to make sure that they're able to go for that revive. God of Wolf already 4 eliminations in the bag. I don't think they had a good map previously, but I think they want to make up for that this particular game.
Yes, and right now they are hunting for RRQ, and with Duds quite far away from his teammates and been taken out by Cypher.
What a shot.
There we go, knocked down. But then, meaning that only Legolas are living in the base camp with the other teams are fighting off as well. And now we are moving towards a Flash and PE spots. They are fighting off near Garrisons, near Railroad as well. Between the two teams, they are not trying to push, but Yanbin is the only one trying to scout to two of the players from PE spots here.
Flash needs to find a way to get inside the circles, because right now it's going to be PE that's just going to be putting them between the roadblock between them. But Flash, undeterred, already putting down all those obstacles to come forward. Don't cry! We'll be the one crying knocked down first, as Nero as well will be knocked down. And it's just such a good advantage coming through from Flash, using the advantage of the blue circle, chucking down that damage. And PE, what are they gonna do? They cannot do anything. The damage on the blue zone is a little bit too much. The damage coming in from the firepower from Flash is already taking a lot as well. So that'll be it for them, at least for this map. Gonna have to go out early as Red Reverse doesn't seem to be stopping. Day 2 in the blue zone, jumps out, left, right, and center. Diamond left all alone inside the compound. Meanwhile, put around, jump up forward, just waiting for the right time. One player does slip through, as he's just trying to go for the reset. RIP. There's a little bit of a gap there. He's just dropping those blue walls. He's just trying to play it very safe. And forward, a jump shot forward. Nice wipeouts come through, and Red Diamond showing us what reverse means in their name. A big surprise, as was an elimination for God of Wolf.
Yes, unfortunate for God of Wolf. They try to go in towards base camp where Reverse Red is there, but unfortunately for them, one by one has been taken out. And now we are moving towards Stalwart Esports, trying to find a way to find one of the players from Evo's Divine. But right now for Sci-Fi is trying to squeeze that in and immediately take Gide. And with that, 5 elimination
disgusting.
points.
That is disgusting. That's like
3
borderline.
players.
3 players just cornering him, just shooting him in the face with a shotgun. That is such a bully, my guy. There are no other words to say that. I would be traumatized. I would not want to go down that way. I would be so scared.
It's quite a pressure as well, I think, for the players to find 3 players immediately jump scare you in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless, Arsenal fully in the control of X-Pen. Now X-Pen did have a good map the previous round, going down to the lobby not only as the last place team, but also with 0 elimination points. You don't want that. So I'm hoping that this Arsenal can give them that firepower they need to really propel them forward. They already got 2 eliminations in the bag. They have a good, I would say, positioning as well compared to Stalwart. I think if Stalwart were to push forward, it's going to be a problem because they're going to have to not only take the fight against XP, but they also have to take a fight against Red Reverse. But Red Reverse is a team that can really Uno reverse you at any time. Yes, you'll be the one who's supposed to be guarding the circle, not let people in. But suddenly, just the sheer amount of firepower they have and oppression they have can really change the tides in their favor, and I'm not too sure how exactly they're able to do this other than sheer confidence.
Yes, agreed. And now, but right now we are seeing Heavy as well. Heavy is in the 3rd game. They are really going into the fights, being much more aggressive. With right now having 10 elimination points, and right with in front of them, Evo's Divine. They are not going out. They are trying to play defensively. They are not even peeking towards Heavy. They know if they peek, then the chances are their HP going down much faster than the water that is gonna be put in.
Evos. This is a very aggressive push for them straight toward the area. Compound have Tan already trying to go for that 3rd party. Does put a lot of damage, but that blue zone is not going to do him any favors. Will be shot back. Undeterred, chunks that damage, rushes up forward. His teammates a little bit closer inside, but he's very, very separated by them. That was Hans going for those jump shots coming forward, nearly gets taken down that blue wall, just buying some time for him to go for that reset. Both teams thankful for that partition, that reset from both sides. Regardless, it's going to be HEV. 2 eliminations in the bag, and suddenly EVOS just gets straight out eliminated. There's nothing they can do. This is the 2nd time this map alone that they're facing this problem. It's just so unlucky for them.
Yes, unfortunate. They tried to move to go inside the zone with the gatekeeper from Heavy. And now we are moving towards Reverse Red. They will be fighting with a Flash, which are coming towards them from behind. There we go, with the bomb has been thrown. A lot of it as well. And for Expose, he's trying to heal himself inside the glue wall. But for Yanbin and as well as his teammate Artemis is trying to take that glue wall away. But immediately Expose has run down towards the compound. And 3 of the players are from Flash are watching from the outsides. And now the fight has been taken on with using Chargebuster and Trogon from Nameless. They try to find a way, but immediately try to go back. They are trying to play it safely. They will not go all out during these fights. They are trying to find a way where one of the players is taken out, then they will go 100% to push up for the other teams.
Ozzy playing very, very carefully. Just making sure he's going to be able to stay inside, keeping out of range for the other teams in case his teammates need some backup, in just in case someone's alright. Nameless, as his name goes, very aggressive X-Man, eliminated. But Nameless making sure that the other members of the team, of the opposing team, will be rendered Nameless as well. Triple kill in his David Diamond, providing that cover, a jump shot to come through. Where is Yan Bin going to go? He's getting a lot of damage here. Blue Wall going to keep going down. How many goal balls does he have? I think he's running out here. Quickly jumps into the vehicle, giving some time, but not enough for him to reposition. And a red reverse. They feel so good. And 16 eliminations in the pocket. They are looking to put a big gap to them and the rest of the pack in just day one.
Yes, with the first booyah that they gotten on the first game, and with this third, already 16 eliminations, so the chances are a big chance they can get a much more higher points. But right now we are seeing RRQ trying to take one of the players from Red Reverse, but Stalwart Esport as well from behind. This is a sandwich towards RRQ. They need to be careful if they are going outside the compound there. Then the chances immediately been taken out by two of the teams from Thailand.
Stalwart has to go for that revive. Red still more, two more. The one that is currently happy and healthy is gonna be HEV. Stalwart, circle not in their favor, taking damage from not only the other players but also the zone. HEV gonna immediately just move away from that bridge they're holding on to, take cover behind those little rocks. Now it's good cover, but it does give ample enough of coverage. It's enough for jump shot to come forward as STE side by side with Red Reverse and RRQ. Red Reverse knows exactly what RRQ is. RRQ, they love playing this aggressive CQC game, but the Charge Buster immediately obliterating every single blue wall put in their way. Nades coming out there, HP just really just chunking them down. Where are they going to go? They don't have advantage in those numbers. The melee comes out, not putting in the numbers. You don't bring a knife to a gunfight, they will be obliterated. Nameless sends Dutch out as Diamond and Nameless rushes forward with only one other member of RQ to worry about. They're just not afraid. They're just saying, it's fine. Let's just take the space. Let's take the fight going forward. Exposy will be punished heavily by Stalwart Esports, and Red is just not deterred at all. Nitro melee quad, in fact, and a revive to just really take on the cherry on top. And Stalwart Esports, they get the revive. Through players very much alive, but Heavy is putting a lot of pressure. A team wipeout to come through here as we're only down to the last two teams. Heavy and Red. Red putting in the damage. Team wipeout once again. How are they doing this when Heavy is the team that's putting in all of this, I would say this hurt, but they reversed it once again. Question marks on my head. This team is extraordinary.
Extraordinary, indeed. We can see how they really reverse the gameplay. Heavy
Uno reverse. No, forget Uno
Yes.
reverse. Red reverse is the meme. Red reverse had what? 2 players knocked down.
True.
Heavy had 4 players all happy and healthy on the top side there.
True.
They had map advantage, circle advantage even. They even had one of the best areas of circle, which had coverage. But this momentum coming in from Red Reverse is just, honestly, you look at Nameless, you look at Diamond, and how they're playing it. Really good chemistry coming in from both sides, and understanding that taking up space is the name of the game, especially when you're playing with weapons like the Charge Buster, with the shotguns. You have to be able to take up space, and when they're so quick to take up space, how are you supposed to answer that when you're just taking down all of these blue walls so quickly?
Agreed. And with that Charge Buster as well, he is not stopping. He keep on shooting towards Heavy and making sure that the players are not in the safe spot when try to pick or try to rush towards them as well. But respect given towards Red Reverse, they have gotten 2 booyah right now for the first 3 games.
I'm really hoping that this is not going to be one of those moments where it's like a day one wonder. Where, I mean, we've seen this happen a lot. I mean, given the fact that the tournament format is a few weeks long, especially on the weekends, we have seen moments where teams really pop off on week number 1. They bring a lot of points in, and then suddenly as week 2 and week 3 comes around, they start to lose steam. The question is whether or not they can actually survive with the momentum. Again, they worked in the Free Fire World Series, I would say, top 10 list last year. The teams we are supposed to be looking out for is going to be Buram United, CGG. CGG has been fairly quiet those last 3 maps. I mean, yes, we do see moments where they do try to take these fights. They want to play quietly, but when you're forced into this early aggressive gameplay where you're not able to control the tempo of your games because you're forced into these very aggressive fights by teams like STE, teams like RRQ, teams like Red Reavers, that's gonna be a whole different problem.
Yes, and also for CGG, that's where I'm wondering as well. They are the gameplay that they have brought today or not same as per the previous one. So right now, the way I'm seeing, the chances are they are trying to understand the gameplay coming from the other team, and with that, the chances are for the day 2 or day 3, then they can know where to go, which drop spot they are going into. So most probably, like you said, we hope not for the day 1 wonders, but for the others, the chances are the analysis will be done after tonight's match.
I think it's gonna be really interesting to see how the readjustments happen tonight, because there's going to be a lot of bot reviews. Obviously, I think what's going to be mentioned is which teams can we drop with. I mean, some maps are a lot more smaller than others, especially toward Purgatory, especially toward maps like even Bermuda. Sorry, not Purgatory, Bermuda, where I think like it or not, especially with the circle that is going to be a little bit more shifty. Which teams are we, if we drop here, which teams are we more likely to meet in this rotation? Do we have enough firepower to take this team tomorrow? What makes teams like Red Reverse so good when it comes to taking these early fights? Is it because they're so quick on getting those loots? What can we do? Are we quick enough to really challenge them in terms of speed? Or should we be giving up our drop spots for another team? Regardless, let's see an interview with one of our players on ground with our beautiful host. Take it away.
I'm so impressed because Thailand already get 3 booyah! Triple booyah already นะคะ belong to Thai team, and reverse lane นะคะ got double booyah. I heard from your coach that you want triple booyah today. Do you think you can do it?
ได้ยินว่าโค้ชบอกว่าวันนี้เราจะเอาได้ให้ได้3บooyahคิดว่าทำได้ไหมคะ
คิดว่าทำได้ครับ
Of course we can.
Of course you can. How many percent?
มั่นใจกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์คะ
100% ครับ
100%
Wow, I like that confidence. Which map is the most difficult for your team?
คิดว่าแมปไหนยากที่สุดสำหรับทีมเราคะ
ไม่มีครับ เพราะว่าผมไม่ได้กลัวทีมไทยครับ
Not at all because I'm not scared of any Thai team.
As the sniper of your team, can you tell us which gun is the most efficient to play?
เราเป็นสไนเปอร์คิดว่าปืนไหนในเกมที่แบบว่าดีที่สุดสำหรับเราตอนนี้คะ
AW คู่ครับ
Why?
Double AW ทำไมคะ
มันแรงครับ
Because it's strong.
Okay. So last but not least, do you want to say anything to your opponent?
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงคู่แข่งของเราไหมคะ
ก็เจอทีมผมไม่ต้องร้องถึงพระเจ้านะครับ เพราะว่าพระเจ้าไม่ได้ช่วยคนเล่นครับ
Oh my god!
If you face with my team, don't cry for the God because God didn't help you to play.
Oh my god, I like your confidence นะคะ So good luck with the next game ขอให้โชคดีในเกมต่อไปนะคะ Okay and now back to you Shoutcaster Bye
A pure play of confidence coming through there from Red Reverse, I have to say. The fact that they said that they don't have a preference of maps that they play, like all of them is it just really shows a different style of gameplay, because when we look at certain teams, they have different types of mutations, types of aggression coming through from certain maps for certain gameplays of maps, but we didn't see a single map where Red Reverse, was even slowing down or changing their pace. It seems like just going straight on and just finding teams to fight is their I would say their main objective. Again, this is a team that yes, I mean, we talked about how Thailand has been very dominating in the Southeast Asian region, but Red Reverse wasn't the team that's up there. I'm not too sure what's going on this year, but this is a very different team and a team that the other members, especially teams that have already faced them before, have to look out for.
Yes, agreed. And I think for reverse raid, they are trying to get that gap before the other teams coming up to chase the point as well. So here we go for the MVP for the third game goes to Red Diamond again with the 3,242 damage with the 6 eliminations. So we can see with a Homer really assist him with that Mag 10 as well. We know that Mag 10 is the SMG with a fast firing rate, and with that he got 8 knockdown, a 6 headshot as well, and assisting him with a 6 elimination. So this is a good combination coming from Red Diamond.
Honestly, I think that this is something that's really good for Red Diamond because honestly, it's mostly Nameless that's going in for those eliminations. But Red Diamond has provided not only a lot of support, but also providing that cover fire, that little bit of aid that I would say needed by Nameless. If say Nameless gets dropped down, then Diamond is there to go for that trade. And I love that he has Homer as well because Homer is that thing that provides a little bit of a slow, I would say, debuff to the enemy teams, allow them to not really reposition. It's gonna be really hard, and it just really allows Red Reavers to just jump around, get those picks. You can't really avoid these kind of aggressive in-your-face plays where you can't reposition or move away. Talk about the damage coming through from Homer as well, as the Homer really showing off where potentially your team might be is also going to prove as a problem as well. Now, I think we talked in the beginning of the stream about how the meta has changed, and not really a lot of people have been playing a lot of Homer because a lot of the meta has changed, but the fact that Red Reavers still makes use of this particular meta is honestly quite terrifying.
Yes, agreed. And immediately they will know where the enemy is. And right now with the elimination leaderboards, we can see 3 of the players are here with Exposy 7, Diamond 6 with Nameless as well, followed by Heavy with 5 elimination points each. So they are really bringing in towards the third game here. And with the key players, we have 2 coming from Thailand and 2 Indonesian, with the highest knockdown is held by Exposy.
I mean, in this situation for Exposy as well, I think we could put Exposy quite similar in a similar spot as what we say for for Nameless. It's hard to say like some teams go for like 2 rushers and 2 supports, or maybe we'll have a 3-1 formation where we have 1 support and 3 rushers. But for Red Reavers, it's interesting because it feels like all 4 are playing this close range fight. You don't really see that one player playing the flank, one player playing the super support. Yes, they do have that sniper, but only toward the beginning of the game. And after that, it seems like they change that mid-game change, and what makes it so exciting because they don't really stay in that same role for long. It's like, okay, in the beginning, bigger map, okay, we'll have that one player going 3-1 formation. We have like 3 rushers coming out forward, one team just going for that snipe early, just really chunk in that damage. Then after that, it just swaps toward the end game for like a lot more for that aggressive in-your-face sort of plays. And I'm really enjoying seeing this because I don't think a lot of teams have this, I would say, this mid-game adaptations come forward, at least that I've seen so far, because they seem to just remain stagnant in that same role from the beginning of the game all the way to the end.
Yes, I agree. And now we are going into the game standings just now with a reverse raid taking 35 points, 23 eliminations. This is the highest so far, followed by Heavy 24 points and Stalwarts 20, 11 points. Reverse raid leading from Heavy. A big deal, I think, towards the points right now.
Reverse. So really, not only is this a statement, but also with I think this is their 3rd booyah of the day, puts them in such a great spot. It gives them a lot of. I think this is also really good because if you think about it, day 2 is going to be a drastic change as some teams go into day 2. Then this gives them a little bit of time to really go to that drawing board. Gives them a little bit of time for it to really adjust because they have put such a big gap between themselves. Now, 78 points on the board already from Red, putting a big lead compared to Stalwart Esports. I mean, we did say that we were expecting, Thai teams to really dominate. I wasn't expecting it to be this insanely dominating from Red Reavers. Now, Heavy as well, been quite consistent throughout the entire day as well, coming at 50 points, and RRQ only 8 points behind with 42. Now, RRQ is a very interesting team. I like their gameplay, game style. It's very aggressive. I wouldn't say it's as in your face as Red, but it's more of like luring a team into this false sense of security into compounds. It's a lot more of control of the area, and I'm really hoping to see how this would, I would say, translate in a map like Kalahari. Now, if you guys are not familiar with Kalahari, which is already back, in the rotation, Kalahari is a map with a lot of high grounds. It's with a double terrain, high ground, low ground, and it's a lot of question marks, honestly, because if you take the high ground, yes, there's going to be a lot of advantage in terms of vantage points, in terms of information you receive, but if the circle were to shift, getting off that high ground is going to be a big problem, and it's just honestly is a lot of gambling going on when it comes to taking up space in this game. So my question is, how are teams going to be adjusting to this particular game style of map?
Mm-hmm. And also how they're gonna be playing with all the grappling hooks inside the game. As we all know, Kalahari, one of the favorite things that the players love about it is the grappling hook, where they can become a Spider-Man, just climb from each building to another building. So that is why the chances are for the other team gonna be having a tough time as well. If let's say they rush in with that grappling hook towards the players, are they gonna go down together as well?
Yeah, it's always gonna be exciting, but let's go see what's gonna be happening on Kalahari. Take it away. So, Kalahari players locked in, all excited. It's been a long day for them, honestly, because prior to this match as well, they also had rehearsals, I believe. So stamina is definitely needed here for these players as we go into day number 1. Regardless, they seem to be in really good spirits. Now let's talk a little bit more about Kalahari just now. How I said, reposition is gonna be hard. Yes, they do have the grappling hook for that reposition and all that. But in that situation where you're on that grappling hook, you are put in a very vulnerable situation. If your teammates are not there to provide you cover, you could just easily be knocked out of the sky, and suddenly you and your whole team are just gonna be knocked down by dominoes. Again, repositioning is key here on this particular map. It's very, very hard to go for that rotations because of that high ground advantage. Yes, I think a refinery is going to be a place that's going to be heavily contested, I think, because it's right in the middle of the map. It provides multi-tier levels where you can play around with your teammates, but because it's such a big area, it's so easy to be isolated for your teammates as well.
Yep, agreed. And also, if with the revival as well, the chances are they're gonna be spot by the other teams. So the chances are they need to be fast, they need to be aggressive as well. And if let's say they are trying to be defensive, then the chances are making sure that the other teams are not gonna be disturbing them as well.
It's a bit map. This is where we're gonna be seeing players who play the snipers are gonna be coming your way. Now, Maro especially, I think might be played a little bit more on this particular map. You also have the monkey pet, I believe.
The beast.
Which, yes, the one that can also be, I would say, be brought in, because that is kind of like the range is already a little bit more. Regardless, let's go into game Kalahari. You're finished.
Okay. And there we go. The 12 teams are now ready to jump off the planes, coming from Old Hampton towards a command post. And we have about 5 teams, or 2 of the teams are going into shrines. It was Divine with a Flash. We're gonna see some early fights from the 2. But for the maze, it will be contested by 3 teams here. We have Indo Stars with Together, PE Sports, and Reverse Raid. Our Reverse Raid gonna be come out from the maze, from the other 2 teams. We'll see. But first, we're gonna see EVOS Divine with a Flash going between each other.
See EVOS already on the aggression again. EVOS, despite their I would say their best efforts to keep alive, this might be their redemption moment, as Shin already knocked down. So they're very quick on that. Really, that first blood giving them a little bit more value. This just might be what they need. But again, if you look at to the right side, you can see right, Reverse has not stopped their aggressive play. Nameless as well. PE not in the best situations, as they're just immediately farming the elimination. Ooh, beautiful grenade launcher shot straight onto these players. Flash wastes no time going for that reposition. Abax in 1 versus 3. He sprays, he gets one. His teammates are not there for the cover fire, excuse me. Good day. Says good day to you. Immediately EVOS manages to turn the tide around, and EVOS immediately eliminates the Vietnamese team. Flash out of the game. Kalahari, more like in Malay Kalahari ini. Sorry, I had to do that pun, my bad.
Of course, we cannot miss that as well. So for the reverse rate right now, they'll be fighting off with the Indo Stars. One of the teams here already moved from the maze, leaving only 2 teams. But for reverse rate, they are having 2 elimination points. Are they gonna pick another 4, or Indo Stars gonna turn around and making sure with the exposure had been knocked down? Nameless is trying to revive his own teammate and immediately taken out one of the 2 players are from Indo Stars. And 18 here has been revived as fast as possible together with Lim by Rice.
I think let's talk a little bit about Indo Stars here. They are a team that I think also wants to utilize that very aggressive style of play. I think that's what they wanted to see from a team like RQ. Like they wanted to play like Red Reavers. But one of the problems are for IDS is that they're not very lucky when it comes to this firepower and fights. A little bit more patient this time, as Kochil will be rewarded for it. Nameless exposing knockdown. This is huge. If they can prevent the other members of Red Reavers from reviving, this may be the time for them to catch up in terms of points and perhaps just give a little bit of breathing room to the entire lobby. They're not able to find the other members of Red Reavers, but Indo Stars, I think this is a great start for them. Sming goes down. Not too sure where the other members are. That's 5 eliminations in the bag. But now they have to be careful of another Indonesian team. RRQ right in front of them. As their utility goes down here. I think for a team like Heavy, they do hear sounds of the gun barrels. But oh my gosh. You can see immediately how quick those revives are. Homeboys, Indo Stars back in the game. But not for long. Just as soon as they get revived, immediately they get chunked down, and that's exactly what I was talking about that waiting or camping in that revive area.
Yes, and also one hit shot coming from Kabi towards one more good snipe he was doing just now. And back to the revival from the other teams. I agree with you, and because with that revival, they need to be fast. And Sming was quite fast to revive his own teammates. And right now, for Vitan, almost been taken out, but Cosq has been rushed by one of the players. And Peter tried to assist, but immediately been taken out with Vitan using that M1. It is 7, but Red Rivers.
That's massive! Woo! That is massive! Just as I was saying it earlier, in the Malay proverb, they said mulut masim, or your mouth becomes very salty. I just said it about how if Red Reavers was eliminated early, this is massive for the entire lobby, because you're not going to have a team that's too aggressive, that's taking out so many of those space of that space. Eliminating them also allows so many of the team to catch up in terms of points. Now, Heavy is going to be the next one that's going to be as aggressive, with 2 members from CGGG already knocked down as well. CGGG, this is not the best outcome of the play they want to see, because they want to really defend that title as the best team, one of the best teams in the world, second best team in the world, in fact. But Expense Wes the game takes down 1. Expand not stopping at all. CGGG is still very much in the game. That's a revival. Iza quick at that revive as well. Got a Wolf here. Good elimination in the back, but they're quickly going down. Gets that reset. But in this situation, what are you gonna do? They are gonna say surprise. We catch you off guard. Expand, the team that started off this fight. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to just really swallow that and finish those games. Wes slowly move, positioning back to the top side of the area, still with his teammate. 2, 3 blue walls put inside their solo. They chunk out that damage. Dian, a jump shot does so well. A quick teleport in, or rather a revive back in. Can he be able to pick up his utility is the question. Yeah, very aware there's one player downstairs. Not too sure what they're gonna do here as the other 2 stuck down here. The ice nade comes down. Suez knocked down once again. Crime MKs, unfortunately, will be knocked down by his own need. Not the best outcome, as the other member, Ji Kwang, is here as well to provide that cover. Will be rewarded as well by a revive. And Crime MKs, what is going on here? A big misplay, probably due to panic.
They tried to rush in, but then immediately it's been taken out as well. And now we are moving towards Stalwart Esport with Evo's Divine. They are fighting with each other, but for Caramel trying to find a good gap between the two teams with that space, he can immediately know or telling his team where are the Evo's Divine players. But right now, for Ray and Airbags are trying to go in towards Dew with two of the team coming from Stalwart is quite far away. Stop is on the vending machine. Caramel right behind him, and the others are right just on the other side of the map. So for this one, Dew immediately open the portal, go trying to have a better vision towards Abax. Does Evo's Divine gonna take down for the other teams? And right now, Gide using that grappling hook going up. Three of the players going in, but Imgod has been taken down by Cypher with that throw gun. Now 3 versus 3. You take one, I take one as well.
Interesting outcome here as the revive comes through. Cypher, hero of the previous map scores STE. It's a very interesting one-on-one in the top side here. Abax has to be careful. I don't think he's aware there's two members on Eva's top here. Sprays, gets one. Oh, he's so aware. He's trying to prevent that revive from coming through. One more point in the back. Quickly just gonna try and see if he's gonna be able to just lure more members to go forward here. Really takes him out of the way. Not gonna see it happen. Takes a lot of damage. Will be punished for that ballsy play all alone here as Caramel will be able to get 2 from Evos. Evos Aim God all alone will be at least be blessed with a care package. So at the very least, a little bit of extra loot coming forward, but has to skedaddle quickly, try to get into the circle. There is a revive point very close by. Now the problem is that one of the scariest thing about this situation is that if you're caught by another team, your entire squad is out. And in this situation, I'm not too sure if anyone will be camping that area. It doesn't seem like it was like that in that map area. No, it's actually Indo Stars right there. So, but the thing is, as soon as he activates it, I think all of the Indo Stars players would be very aware of the players coming down here. So in Indo Stars, this particular map, I think they've been very, very aggressive. I think they're like 7 eliminations already.
Yep. And especially they know they need to find the elimination points with the overall standings moving towards a reverse rate. And right now for the team heavy, they are not going into Bayfront. They are trying to stay at one place, finding a way or looking into if let's say there are other teams going into the council hall. But for the others, I think this is the time that they are trying to find their way to find the location of the enemy without exposing themselves. Because with the zone going into Bayfront, then the chances are they need to be prepared for it. If let's say there's an open space for the late game later on.
You know, Jambala is one of those, I would say, very, very veteran players who's been playing this game for a very long time, since inception of Free Fire, actually, and now into Free Fire Max. And, you know, having him on the team is just really exciting to see some of the veterans still playing till today, especially with the new blood, the new players coming through as well. So really hoping to see Homeboys actually go a little bit more further just because of that, you know, that idea that we do have a more experienced player on the line. Regardless, I think for Homeboys, this is not the day that they're expecting, but I think from previous timelines that we've seen these players, this team play here, it's a situation where, you know, Jumbal's team has always been takes a little bit more time to really figure out what exactly they want to do. My hope for them is that they don't take too long, because then the gap starts to open up, and catching up is going to be a massive problem. Given how actually some teams have Reverse Red, who has already right now 70 points now on day number 1. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually breached 100 points today if this goes on.
Yes, agreed. And with the points for the 6 games, and we are only left at 3, and this is the game 4. The chances to gain 100 points is, I think, towards a reverse rate, because they are having the highest now. So if let's say the other 2 games they're gonna farm about 30 points each, then the chances are they're gonna leave the others. It's quite hard to chase them as well.
Yeah. I think I was gonna say is that if they get eliminated early, like right now, that's gonna be a problem. I think there was a lot of, I would say, what's the word? Targets on reverse rate. Regardless, speaking of targets, C Triple G in trouble. They're holding on very, very closely to this compound. They don't want to give it away to Homeboys. Now, Homeboys on the top side here, they're very, very outside in the open. If they're not going to get chunked by the other members of CGG at the bottom, they're getting chunked by the long-range snipers. Now, you can see the other members here just taking out so much damage from Homeboys. They can't go down. They can't go inside of the compound, and it's hard for them to reposition. This is not the best outcome for them right now. They need to find a way to move out of the area ASAP.
And now we are moving towards the God of War, where they are fighting with PE Sports. So one of the players, two of the players has been knocked down, and Iza immediately been taken out. God of Wolf been wiped out to the 10th place, and PE Sport has taken 8 eliminations on the 12 minutes. For the 12 minutes, we are still seeing 9 squads remaining, and Homeboys has gone and towards RRQ. RRQ are rushing towards them, where they try to go towards Heavy, but RRQ are the one coming towards Homeboys, and now immediately been taken out to the 9th place, one by one of the teams. And with that, RRQ, they know they need to be the gatekeeper here, because for CGG, they were
Wait,
trying
what
to
happened
stay safe.
there? Despite Homeboys already eliminated, the Mind still managed to get a CGG player.
Ooh.
Peter, to be exact. What on earth? I mean, the revive is going to come through. It doesn't really matter at this point, but it must be so annoying. But, you know, coming back to that point, I think, like, Homeboys' positioning has been really rough on them, honestly. Like, yes,
Yep.
okay, they want to take that fight, they want to take that spot away from CGG, understandable. But again, they're forgetting that for a map like Kalahari, when it's all about that right positioning, when this map is so full of snipers, you put as many glue walls as you want. The penetration from these snipers can still manage to hit you. Yes, it's a little less damage, but how much damage can you take before the glue wall goes down, before your armor goes down as well? That's going to be the biggest issue that they've been facing. They need to start playing in places like RQ, who are more prone to playing CQC inside of compounds, inside of corners, and they're very, very careful because they understand that, okay, this is how we want to play these shotgun plays. We cannot be outside the open.
Yes, agreed. Because right now we can see that most of the players, they are trying to find a compound where it's quite safe for them to be during these tight spots. Because Bayfront, there will, although there are a lot of compounds, but between each other is quite open. They can be shot down by each of the angle from the other teams. And with 8 teams remaining on the 14th minutes, the chances are there going to be a chaos with the 5th zones are coming up, and the advantage given towards CGG. So CGG, they need to be careful because they are in the zone. So the chances are most of the team gonna be towards them, goes towards them if they are not fighting with each other on the border.
I actually really like that fighting part about the border because RQ is playing the border very, very well. Speaking of that as well, PE on the outside, Jonas, nade by small gun. Don't cry. Still trying to go for that reset. No one is there to go for that pickup. Heavy, full control of the circle, and has full control of the northern side as well. They are going to be gatekeeping 2 of these teams. I think EVOS was the best way for them to play is maybe to go for that rotation onto the other area. PE just slowly trying to find a way inside of the circle. But it's so hard when it's outside the area, such open areas. They move outside the compound, they're going to get headshotted by either CGG, by either HEV or RQ. They want to take this compound fight, but has to be careful because close by as well, we also have PE Sports. Now, I wouldn't say this is the best situation for all these players, but CGG has full control of the middle side of the area, and Heavy! Close shotgun plays come forward, PE as well. PE is gonna be the victim of the CQC. X-Band is now out of the play, and so is PE. EVOS, what are you gonna do? This nice one-way put down there by the teammates, but as they're only running out of all their utility, that's gonna be a big problem. EVOS, no place to go. Circle not in their favor as well, with so many other teams that's holding down the line. Not a lot of space to work with. This is really scary.
Only 2 compounds remaining, and with Heavy and RRQ on the other side, and we have 4 teams right now near EVOS. So the chances are when the zone is closing in, they will be fighting off with each other. Although right now for EVOS Divine can survive locking themselves inside that small space. But for the other 3 teams, we have a Stalwart, we have a CGG with Indonesia Star. the chances are gonna be chaotic, and with heavy
Yo,
and
no one has the
RQ.
circle. No one has the circle. Everyone has to go outside right now.
Oh,
Oh, this is happening right now. You can already see the ice nade thrown out, the damage coming through. Legliadoth is gonna have to go and reposition himself. That tree is not gonna give him any cover. They're trying to move him away from the tree. Thankfully, that tree is giving him a little bit more space. He has to try and wait for those nades to go away. But the blue zone damage is chunking through. He's taking a lot of damage here. He gets knocked down. That shot coming through. Sidebar finds him, eliminated by his skill. Beautifully done. Jonah has been doing exemplary this game as well. His grenade shots have been massive. Regardless, Jonah goes for that reset. Tan already knocked down 2 members of Heavy now left. This wall is separating them and all the other teams on the other side. Circle still not in their favor, and this is not a place to go. Grenade launcher comes up. They're not sure if she lands on someone. Not quite. As Stalwart, they do still have the upper hand advantage in terms of the top side of the building, but they're out there in the open. They shoot out. Caramel finds Kabi. Outback's gonna find Razi. It is an all-out. You can't tell who's attacking who. Calling the fight as well is going to be impossible. Raz down by a skill. Kabi shotgun to the base, and Jonah gets down from the play zone. RQ goes down. 6th place eliminated. Stop, jump down, aggressive fight to come forward. STE very healthy and happy. The circle is coming forward. Heavy goes down. Delward eating a lot of damage. They have down an area trying to block all the other members from leaving the compound. They are just putting as many as their glue walls there. They're trying to make sure the zone eats up their HP as well as their heals, as well as the utility. The healing game coming in from both different sides. Who's going to come forward? And it is going to be, oh my god, it looks like it might just be Star's for sure. And
we're not sure.
Who comes at on top? It's STE once again. How are they doing this?
Amazing, amazing! It was quite a chaotic match just now, where we have 7 squads are fighting at zone 7, and now with a med kit, they were fighting with a med kit at the end zone there. But
The healing game, El
Healing
Clasico.
game.
That's why we don't like a compound ending, okay? I was expecting more of a CQC, but I think the teams that usually use the shotgun kind of style of play then coming forward. The circle was just such a nasty circle, honestly. It wasn't inside a compound, it was outside a compound. It was in the corner of a compound and a wall as well. Moving is exceptionally hard. Those blue walls are not doing any favors. You have teams that come with that disabling ability as well, and everyone's abilities by that point is already chunked down. Like it or not, you're gonna have to play the healing game. It's just the teams that have more utility at that point, it's gonna come up on top. Again, I was just telling you how I probably never will see a compound fight with like 3 teams, and yet again we're given 4, 5 teams in a single compound. I think I'm the curse. I'm the curse, my guy. What the heck is this?
I think they heard you. They said, "Oh, you were asking about more teams, right? Then we'll show you."
We're gonna just sandwich everyone into a compound. But the thing is, like, again, I mean, like, we were talking about how aggressive this map is going to be. I think everyone was just not sure how to approach this particular map. Because the circle was just not the best circle. It was ping-ponging. It was a lot slower tempo than I expected. I think it was to the point that because the circle was just so unpredictable, it made reverse red hard for them to reposition as well, to really take up those fights as well. So it was an unlucky map for them, but in this situation we start to see a lot of teams start to really gain speed, you know?
Yes, agreed. And with that as well, Heavy tried their best. They got the elimination points, but unfortunately, because of 5 squads within the same place, and they were right beside RRQ Kazu on the next compound, so they were taken out on the 5th place, if I'm not mistaken. But for the others, towards the end, they really gave it all. We, even for us as well as casters, we are not seeing who to cast because of each of the team has been fighting with each other. But that is where I think during the early fights, they are really trying to find a way which is the best place to go to. With the zone is going towards Bayfront, Refinery is quite an open space for them.
I mean, I was expecting it to be a refinery, gonna be the area where we're gonna see those early fights, but actually it wasn't. It was actually toward this area here. Now I think we saw 3 teams in this particular area alone. I mean, I was expecting Nameless to drop where. I think Nameless is really hard to really pinpoint where they're gonna be dropping down because they're not thinking about dropping down in a safe spot. They're thinking about which team do you think it's best for us to take these fights to go for this elimination points. And I think I love that because I think this was the same situation we heard from season 3, I believe, NCPS, where we asked the Filipino team, like, okay, what exactly is your drop spot? And like, we don't really have a drop spot. We're just dropping wherever we feel like it can give us an advantage. And that's exactly what I can see Reverse Red has been trying to do as well. They're just trying to go in for this aggressive fights. Now, again, I'm glad that they're finally punished for it. But then it can also be a learning moment for them to understand that, okay, this particular map for this particular team might not be the best option for us to take a fight with them. And I will like to emphasize that in this day 1, making mistakes is very, very important, because when you make mistakes now, you learn and you can reposition and I think readapt as you go into the week. Because I think we've always seen some upsets toward the last week. And for now, let's have a look at the interview. Let's see who exactly our beautiful host will be talking to.
Do you guys hear something? It's the sound of thunder! Here is us, Saifa! Yay! Are you excited? ตื่นเต้นไหมคะ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
Very excited. Really? You got double booyah already, but you're still excited?
ได้2บูย่าแล้วยังตื่นเต้นอีกเหรอคะ
ครับ
Yes. Okay, I want to ask you, which team is the biggest enemy and why?
คิดว่าทีมไหนทำให้เราเล่นยากไหมคะแล้วเพราะอะไร
RQ ครับ แผนเขาเยอะครับ
RQ Kasu because they have many plan and strategy.
Okay. Can you name 3 skills that suit this meta?
ขอ3สกิลที่เหมาะกับเมตานี้หน่อยค่ะ
แอนดูซูซี่โมโคครับ
Why?
ทำไมคะ
เพราะผมเล่นอยู่ครับ
because I play this.
So you guys can follow him, Control C, Control V, like that. And do you know there are lots of fans request to hear your voice? Do you want to say anything to your fans?
นี่มีแฟนๆจากในไลฟ์สตรีมอะค่ะบอกว่าอยากฟังสายฟ้าพูดมีข้อความอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตามทีมผมด้วยนะครับ จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Please follow and support us. We will do our best.
Okay, good luck for you and your team. Okay, back to you, Shellcaster.
Yeah, there we go. The interview towards Stalwarts. Amazingly, Stalwarts already been gotten 2 Booyah as well, and followed by Reverse Red. So I think the way that the interview was going also, to give out the confidence that the chances are they're trying to fight between each other.
It's gonna be really exciting if you think about it for these 2 teams. It's gonna be the rise of the Thais today. A good set, I would say, a measuring stick or a yardstick rather for these 2 teams, or rather this region, to really see which teams to look out for. I think Reverse Red has been a team that's been really, really out there, but it's also put a target on their back. So I can collectively feel the whole lobby just like breathe a sigh of relief when Reverse Red was actually knocked out very, very soon. Now, let's have a look at Caramel here. When he has been the sniper for the team. Now, I was expecting a Amaro, but he was making it look good with the A124. Now, again, the A124 character is able to throw out that electromagnetic field, and I think it's good because it gives a lot of support. You start off, you can become that I would say that playmaker, that change, that kingmaker, where you throw out your chili quickly, chunk out their shields, chunk out the walls, and give space for your rushers to take up more space and just annihilate. And I think it's been massive for Caramel. And I think what really sets Caramel apart compared to other long-range players is that you can see him run into the fights with a long-range weapon in hand. Like that is, if that is not like bad AF, man. Like, I don't know what to say.
Because I think the way that they will play with 3 A124 and 1 Tatsuya, they know that for the enemy teams, the skills has been locked. So that is why I think Caramel, the way they are playing as well, and you can see here with the highest damage, but the knockdown together with Cypher 10 knockdowns, they are really playing it through together as a team.
It's really impressive to see a team like STE. Very different style of play when we compare it to like Reverse Red, when we compare it to like RRQ. Excuse me. But like in a way, it still works out because they understand how exactly the dynamic works with each other. If you're not seeing Sci-Fi just jumping around, just getting those jump shots beautifully done, you see Caramel just not chunking them down. Their shields are gonna go down, their glue walls are gonna go down, and on top of that, the knocks as well that comes through from Caramel's headshots have been very, very crispy. I think in a lot of situations, when you get one shot by Caramel, like immediately half the HP is gone, 2/3 of the HP is gone. Now just leave it to your rushers, just really clean up house, and that's where Cypher comes in.
Agreed. And I think that is where the teamwork between the two is quite a good gameplay. But here we have also PE Sport and Heavy making the list, and with the key players we have Malaysian as well in the team, Expand Zwaz, followed by the Thailand team which is Stalwart Stops, and the two Indonesian team from Indo Stars, 18 Deer and Ras. So we can see here with the assist, the highest between the match 4 is by Stop with 11.
Honestly, Zeus is not surprising to see him on the key player situation. I think if you look at the kill feed just now, Zeus has been doing a lot of, I would say, impacts for his team. It's just unlucky that X-Pen wasn't able to capitalize off it a little bit more. I was actually quite shocked to see how much he has done for this particular game, the headshots he's done and the knocks as well. It's just that I feel like X-Pen, in terms of their rotations, have been very unlucky. They keep getting sandwiched, they keep getting third-partied. In this situation, I think I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we're going to be seeing a whole different trajectory of where they drop, where they rotate as well. So tonight or even the day tomorrow will be key for them to really figure out how exactly they want to approach this particular game or this particular match. Regardless, Trogon, 12 eliminations alongside the Charge Buster. At this point, it's always been these 3 weapons throughout the entire 3 maps. I'm surprised that for Kalahari, this hasn't changed at all. I'm guessing it's part of the meta. It works very well with what all these players are used to in terms of the active abilities and the passive abilities as well as the pets, you know? So it works well. It looks so good. STE, possibly the rising challenger, to really say hello to Reverse Red and STE as well. Not only are they rising up to the challenge to really challenge their Thai, I would say, counterparts and what they want to see in day 1, but also to really back up everything they said in the banter that's been talked about in the last few weeks prior.
Yep. And also for Reverse Red as well, unfortunate for them, they're only getting 4 points. So the chances are for Stalwart Esports, they can chase the points to the second place in overall standings later on. But Indo Stars, they are getting 20 points. So here we go for the overall standings.
Oh, wow.
3 points the difference from Stalwarts and Reverse Red.
I mean, Reverse Red is still going to be a team that's going to be very, very ahead in terms of eliminations. Just that unfortunate in that particular game just now, not only did they not get the booyah, they were also not able to get that I would say that the positioning points. But again, coming from them, like even on a match where they considered not doing so well, they still managed to pocket 4 points. Like for me, it's best to go forward with at least some points and no points at all. When you go no points at all, you're really putting yourself for a setback. Again, now with the rise of the Thais here, the question now is they've put themselves ahead of teams from like RRQ and Heavy. Heavy has been a team that's, I would say, a team that's really, I think, like if you look at the kill feed, yeah, we see them a lot in terms of impact and personal damage, but they're not necessarily a team that's able to really stay all the way till the end as well. Same goes for Expand. Heavy has had their moments, which I think have been quite pivotal as well. Now I see Triple G quite a lot, but not in a situation where I expect them to be dominating. They're still trying to find their footing. They're still trying to understand what makes this team tick. Might be one of those teams where they take a while to really start their engines. Regardless, we're going to be taking a quick break. After this, the final 2 maps of the night. Who do you think is going to be? Going to be ending the night with 100 points? Let us know in the comments. We'll be right back.
fire! How'd you like them apples? fire! How'd you like them apples?
Two maps to go, and what an opener today has been. The last 4 maps have been immaculate, impeccable, and on top of that, chaotic. Just what we love to see in the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. To 24 attachment alongside all of your casters for English for today. And it's been a pleasure casting for you guys today. And let's have a say that I'm really excited for next map. It's going to be Nexterra, I believe. And this is going to be a very interesting one. What do you think, Avi?
Oh, it's gonna be interesting, and I hope that there will be the third team other than listed 2 that has been getting the booyah from the first until the 4th game, which is Reverse Raid and as well as Stalwart Esports. So Nexterra, most probably, I can see that most of the team here are quite not of equal footings because of the map layout with it's quite big compared to Kalahari as well.
Yeah, a lot bigger and a lot more, I would say, different. But let's have a look at the overall points here. And it's going to be very interesting coming forward because we are seeing the rise of the Thais. Again, Stalwart Esports, Reverse Red has been massive today. The teams are already breaching over 80 points. These two teams have a very, I think it really just shows what kind of play style that we can expect from the Thailand region when it comes to aggression. Like, yes, it is important for us to get our placement points, but you're not one elimination equals to 1 kill, and that is why it's so important for us to find that nice equal balance to it. And I think Stalwart Esports as well as Red has been doing impeccable for that. Now we also have teams from Vietnam. I think today I put a lot of highlight onto how the Vietnamese teams play, and I was expecting that to be happening from Heavy, but Heavy is a little bit more tactical. I believe they don't really fight from the beginning. They like to fight toward the middle to the end. If they focus more on that rotation, they focus more on making sure that their team is perfectly able to take these fights as well. Perhaps a change in pace for tomorrow when you have teams such as these Thai teams fighting. Then RRQ as well, I would say a very interesting one. I was not expecting them to just full on just go straight out 4 shotguns, but here we are in this situation. And God of Wolves, so great in these, I would say, open area fights. They do so well in these open grounds. They do so well when they have the high ground advantage, which is also very fun to watch. Very, very different styles of play, but yet so rewarding in so different ways. It's very creative when you see in the Southeast Asian region how exactly they play.
Yes, and also based on the points that you were talking just now for Heavy, I think they are quite confident when it's only one team in front of them, and during the early fight as well. So, but when we see during the late games, they are trying to maneuver whereby they want to fight with one of the squads, not multiple squads. So I think that's where when it became too chaotic, then the chances are they also trying to figure out a way who to aim for. So with that, the chances are that will be taken as well. So as we can see here, the next map, as told by Dash, will be Nexterra, and Stalwart Esports with a reverse raid, the one taking the booyah from the previous 4 games.
Interesting outcome here, Nexterra, bigger map. And I think what makes Nexterra so fun is that different areas give different effects per se. Like some area you have a gravity area where you're able to just have an anti-gravity situation. If you know how to play that very well, you can get some insane picks, you can have some insane outplays. You have an area where it's all just terrain. You have an area which is just open as well. So depending on where the circle goes, you have different type of play. And this map is all about adaptation. It's all about being creative and how exactly you want to go into each particular map. Now we're gonna see all these players getting ready here. They're locked and loaded, headsets on, earphones on. Looks like everyone's still, despite the long day, everyone's still in a pretty good I'm not too sure why I was doing that. Pretty good spirits. Very good spirits, yep. But I think yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the since it's only on the first day, they have 6 weeks for the knockout stage. So most probably on the day 1, they'll take it easy, trying to figure out where the other teams are dropping into, which are the loot zone most heavily goes during the mid game or the late game. So I think that is where the analytics, based on the day one, will bring changes towards the day 2 and day 3 as well. But
Yeah.
the thing that I want to highlight here, Dash,
Mm.
see Triple G, I was hoping for them to really go all out.
I'm not gonna lie, that's me too. I was so sure that they're gonna be setting the tempo today. Mostly
Yes.
like a statement play, but I think with the changes in the meta already, and not only changes in the meta, there's like new fresh blood coming through. Like red, reverse red coming up forward. They didn't play in the World Series, so I'm sure that they've been seeing each other around in the Thailand series. But as we go into these, I would say different situations, different moments, it might
Yep.
be that their adjustment was not exactly they expected. Maybe they see it in scrims, but this is not what they expected the play to be after a while. So it might be an entirely different situation as we go to Nexterra. I think the maps are ready.
Oh, then we're gonna see how they're gonna play. So let us see for the game 5 of the day.
Two maps to go, and the question now is the momentum going to remain? Are these players getting tired? Are these players going to change in pace as we go into a map as diverse as Nexterra? Now, it's going to be very interesting to see where exactly each team is going to go. So, what do you expect to see here, Obvi?
Oh, I would like to see the Intellect Center. Intellect Center is the most
The most
place.
teams!
Yes, the
The
most,
most
team.
teams that we're watching right now.
And also we have Heavy, C Triple G, and Homeboys. These three teams are quite close to each other during the overall ranking. Only between 1 or 2 points between each other. So this would be the game that would change the ranking later on.
Speaking of rankings, Heavy not having an early drop here. CGG one more just being a thorn in their side. Peter as well finds Hans knocking him down. Easily done, another point in the bag. So it's just a back and forth trade here between these two teams, CGG as well as, oh wow, there's also Homeboys here as well. We're not too sure why. Like you said, Intellect Center is the best area. Jamal on the outside, just to make sure he can pick up his teammates. There is Kabi, he's marked him already. None of his shots are actually going to come through. Just gonna go down and reset real quick. He only has one med kit. He has to be careful. He's running out of stuff going on. I'm gonna go for the reposition. So where is other Heavy member here? But also has to be aware that this particular area has more than one team. RRQ quickly just picking up their items and skedaddling. They don't want to take these early fights, and it might be wise. If they want to try and get as many points as they can, they need to avoid casualties. They need to avoid casualties, so instead bring in those casualties. They need to go be able to take up the space and take the fights without losing teammates. Because when you start to lose teammates, you start to lose out on not only your supplies, your utilities. On top of that, you're giving teams extra points. And Razor just strafing left and right and center. Homeboys barely making a scratch on this man, but looks like it's going to be a three-way fight in this particular area. Expand, Homeboys, RQ, three-way as Heavy will be giving away the area.
Oh, right now for Heavy, luckily for them, one of the players already been running away, which is Kabi, towards almost met with Expand, but he took towards the beach there. But for Homeboys, he need to be careful because right now with the Expans coming in towards Intellect Center, RRQ Kazu is on the other side of Intellect Center. So the chances are they'll be fighting between each other first, between the two Malaysian teams. Is this wise for them? Let us see. For Roy Urbin shooting down, and Faiz exposing himself and making two of the players coming from Expand notice him as well.
Roy trying to make something happen here, but the Axel as well. Expand, I think, start of the day. I mean, yes, they have been quite phenomenal in terms of the early fights. They have been quite phenomenal toward the mid game. They haven't been a team that's really making it toward the end. I think they want to change that. They want to change the number of eliminations they have. A little bit more aggressive here, but you know who's in trouble? God of Wolf. RQ this time around. They do have some long range weapons in hand. Gonna swap out here. Rip does fire back. but none of the hits are going to be answering, but it's going to be RRQ turning their, I would say, their attention to the members of Homeboys, as there's only 2 members left. Mercy, quite low, manages to get that reset, but RRQ is not looking forward to give up that space. What they're trying to do here is trying to go for that reset. Dion wants to make sure that they're not able to not only take up space, but also try and get chunk down their HP. Damage comes through, but what can RRQ do? They're stuck inside the compound.
Yes, they were trying to third-party expand and Homeboys, but unfortunately, God of Wolf also coming in towards Intellect Center. So we have about 5 squads from the first minute from dropping here. And now for RRQ Kazu, immediately open the portal go, trying to get as far as possible. Abai has been knocked down, but not by the enemy, but by dropping from the second floor of the house. And right now for Razor is trying his best to revive Abai, but 4 of the players coming from RRQ immediately taking a space there with landmines already open, making sure that there will be none from the enemy teams chasing them. And immediately with that, leave only 2 teams, God of Wolf and as well as Expand in Intellect Center.
A very interesting situation here. Now, Flash is a team that I really want to talk about as well. Flash has been in these early fights, and I don't think they want to be. They want to be able to survive, get loot, and then move on. But the biggest problem they've been having is firepower. They're not able to really answer to teams like Reverse Red, not able to answer teams like Star Wars Esports, who are just so quick to take these fights. And speaking of fights here, this prolonged fight between RRQ and God of Wolf has been massive. From one area to the next, it seems like their rotation areas just keep meeting into each other. They're gatekeeping each other from the circle. Damage comes through. Tail off. Not exactly getting the outcome he wanted the previous map. He wants to bring it home. And now, Abe High will find Isa, knocking it down. Dian doesn't answer back. Now, both teams just getting knocked left and right. Abe High all alone, but manages to get a team wipe. Massive. And managed to get the revive onto the other members of RRQ as well. This is what they needed moving into this game.
Ooh, almost God of Wolf got that clutch there. He taken out one by one, but of course with the players with full HP as well, he got the advantage and taken down. So unfortunate for God of Wolf, they have been taken out to the 12th place, and now we are moving towards Museum, where Reverse Raid are fighting off with the Indonesian team Evos Divine, with 2 elimination points already been taken in. For Evos Divine, they are playing quite spread out here. One of it, which is Abex on the rooftop, trying to step out or using that woodpecker towards Exposy, and that hit shot by Aim God. What a nice shot.
Aim God clearly in his name. Triple kill already in his hand. PE, this match might be their saving grace, honestly. After getting sandwiched by so many teams, third-partied even in the last few matches, they're playing it very safely in the side of the circles. And speaking of another team that's down on their luck, Evos, a team that seems to be trying to go for the aggressive, also third-party as well. This time around, they're going to bring the hope, the pain inside, but the Axel. 5 eliminations already for Expand. This Malaysian team looking to make the impact in the blue zone. They need to get into the circle very, very soon. Cobra follow down, and Cobra also one of the members, quite legendary in the team. Big, massive impact coming up forward. I really want to see what exactly he can bring to this team in this particular lineup now that he's playing. Just now, previously, I believe it was a sub, another player playing forward of this lineup. So can you tell me why is it they're running 2 different lineups?
So the chances are Cobra, we are seeing a lot more firepower, much more confidence in close combat. So the chances are Expand, when he bring Cobra in, expecting that he will take advantage of those teams trying to take Expand immediately. So I think that's why it works as well with Heavy. Just now, one of the players have been taken out, but unfortunately has been one of them been taken out as well. And now Flash got their 5th eliminations towards the other team, but C-Triple-G as well meeting up with Expand. They are fighting with each other on different position, but Evos Divine still fighting with Flash. They are still not moving from each other, and they are taking one by one with Apex have been knocked down. Ray with only 30 HP. He's trying his best to survive. Will Shin is only just right behind him. With that
Oh,
RGS,
what a
he
shot.
got a Ray. And immediately for volley, revive Artemis.
Honestly, homeboys as well. Surviving. Just trying to find that perfect area for that rotation. This time around, they're not getting knocked out very, very soon. And this is, I think this is, I would say, the tempo that a lot of teams that we're seeing on this mid-round game wanted to pick off or wanted to be in the earlier maps. But I think this only tempo is only allowed when you play maps like Kalahari, like this map. It's a lot bigger, allows for a lot more wiggle room, allows for lots of more rotations as well. Now, coming into this particular game, RRQ as well with 9 in the bag. Despite not getting that team wipe, they did manage to get one team wipe earlier, but not managing to get I think 2 of the teams that they wanted to have right now. It's still enough for them to get those knockoffs. Yeah, it's a good thing because if they were to revive these players, they're just gonna farm them again and again in those stars. It's also a team that plays very aggressively. 2 knocks, but only 1 elimination. They want to take up this fight, but it's gonna be a reverse red that's right in front of them. It's gonna be very hard. Diamond, quick to reposition, quickly zaps over the other teammates. It's gonna be reconvening with his teammates. That's enough info, honestly. Think about it. It's a 3-1 formation, which means that okay, we already know what these other players are. Let's quickly reposition. Let's figure out where exactly we want to go. We haven't been getting a lot of points in the previous map. We want to make sure we just stand on top. We have to play a little bit more safe this time and make sure we can ensure our survival to the last circle.
Yes, and also right now with that UAV have been opened up heavy, and as well as the other team has already run up before they were sandwiched between RRQ and as well as Indostars. And now for homeboys as well, they need to be careful because they just right beside RRQ Kazu. And with Expand, we have Crime MKS on the billboard there near the vending machine and Arsenal. So they need to be careful. But for Heavy has been wiped out to the 11th place. And now with homeboys coming in, the chances are they'll be fighting with RRQ Kazu just right in front with the zone closing in towards that place. So for Expand Roy, they met with a stalwart Sci-Fi immediately trying to figure out a way to get closer by throwing that grenade.
Honestly, Massive Roy and Cobra, I would say this legendary duo might be able to do some work here. We're seeing a lot more confidence come through in their gameplay, surviving, but Roy headshotted till the end, immediately eliminated Dew, making that work so well with the sniper. Don't cry as well, quickly gonna be answering with his own glue wall. Thankfully does not get shut down again. Nero, there's the peek out! Will be punished! Do not peek Dew! And there's a reason why he is on the long range fort and will be quickly reconvening with his teammates. He's gonna be very happy with this elimination.
Yes, quite a good shot coming from Dew. 2 hit shots immediately been taken. But for PE Sport, they were lucky. They were quite close between each other. And now, another hit shot. 3 hit shots has been done by Dew that we have witnessed. And right now, we have one of the players coming from C Triple G trying to move from that glue wall. But Nero are the one trying to get Dew, but right now 3 of the players coming from PE Sport has been taken out. He's the only players left, but Huang has been revived again. And with that, the Ultra
What a spray! Oh my god, Nero doing so much work. Dew running for his life. The only thing in his hand is just that long range weapon. You can't do any more than that, and that is the disadvantage of bringing a sniper into a short range fight. Regardless, but a nade coming through from Duds takes down 2 members of Into Stars, but Stalwart Esports will be the one to come down. 18 Deer all alone actually. Has to go for that revive. He can actually go. Not too sure if he got marked. I don't think anyone's paying attention to him because all the other members of EPOS are so distracted by RQ on the top side. Those ice nades are doing a lot of work. Putting the damage, repositioning everyone. Abax putting in that support. His teammate sorely need nice reposition into the compound. Gives them a lot of cover to work with. But not too sure if this is what they want to do, to be stuck inside of this area, because RQ, known for their CQC fights, is not something they want to mess with.
Yes, agreed. But right now for EVOS Define, they are testing the waters right now. with that compound. But for C-Triple-G, they are taking the high ground with that portal going up to the robot. But for PE Sport, unfortunately for them, they have been taken out to the 9th place. So for Flash, a volley has been noticed by one more. He's waiting to get his hit, to pick, to see if the zone are safe for him to run towards the other side. But for the others, we still have 8 teams playing here, but on 7th only by we are not sure.
There we go,
It was
Evos.
Divine.
I mean, that's exactly what I said. When you are going to be challenging RRQ, do not challenge them in CQC, and that's exactly what's happened. Axman as well, now out. Luckily, with this lineup, they seem to be lasting a lot well in terms of survivability. Regardless, homeboys, this is the best run they've had today. Jimbal still very much alive. Only 2 members left. Survivability might be what they want to go for, but Butterfly says, you know what? Survivability, I don't care. Let's try and go for elimination. Sit Bali all alone. Then March throwing out the stage. Bali, a lot of damage. So many, but Peter will try and steal that. One more need to come through. Butterfly steals that. You don't steal from Butterfly, he says. I'm the one who's spotting out first. You may have marked it, but the kill is mine. Coming up now, Jabal and his teammate, very safe, very happy. They have a compound on their own. The only thing I have to worry about right now is RRQ. Razor, as the other members of RRQ on the top side. And now, with Indo Stars eliminated, 4 left alive. C-Triple-G, this might be their chance to show what exactly they brought to the fight last year during FFWS.
But right now, we are seeing C-Triple-G. They are getting their momentum. And with 12 eliminations, they are going in where Reverse Raid trying to move their spots from underneath C-Triple-G. But C-Triple-G already noticed Razor, who trying to backstab him using that portal go. And with that wall, with landmine also has been put down. The chances are, if RRQ Kazu going to use that portal go, then they're gonna be getting knocked down.
Now, this is the lull. Everyone's just holding on to the areas. Yes, nades come through, but no one is really excited to give up that space. Now, we do still have one member of red still, but Snake is just staying as quiet as a mouse. I'm gonna try playing for the healing. He knows he doesn't have the numbers advantage, but making it raid from the top side, RRQ gonna force homeboys to fully reposition themselves. And this gives an advantage to C-Triple-G. Might this be their moment is the question. But RRQ wants to change that from happening. Jump shots left, right, and center. And suddenly Peter does find one member. Juts down. RRQ losing one member. Still 3 members to worry about here. As On Fire gonna play ring around the Rosie. It's hard to see what is going on with all of these blue walls. Trying to get these isolated fights is gonna be massive. Jump gets one pick. Alisa, there's 1 point in the bag. Jambal takes it out to the lobby, but it's gonna be cost kill. It takes down homeboys. Now 3 more in the bag. As chaotic as it was, we're gonna be seeing last year's Free Fire team come up on top. Booyah! Coming through from C-Triple-G.
It was good gameplay coming from C-Triple-G. We were asking for it and they have given it to us. On a silver platter, here we go. Congrats to C-Triple-G with the fights that has been given. The last that I remember, 12 eliminations. But when RRQ Kazu came in trying to take them down using the portal go, it's all chaotic. Homeboys were fighting with Peter, but for the other team as well, fighting on another corner. It
was honestly very chaotic. It was really hard to see who exactly is fighting because there's like 4 different fights going around here. And then as the nades come through, there's a lot of kills being stolen as well. Now C-Triple-G, this is exactly what showed us why they got third place last year. Third? I believe it was second or third. It was one of the 2 actually. Sorry about that. Regardless, third place last year. Then this is a massive statement to come through because it takes time for them to really figure out what exactly they wanted to execute. And once they have the execute come forward, you can see that they are very, very good and adept at staying alive and making sure they have this nice little crossfire coming forward. They have this nice, okay, let me just throw that nade, and now you guys are just going to quickly just collapse onto this team. They're very, very patient as well. Yes, RRQ was the one to really take them up forward, but because RRQ was the one to push out to them, they're able to really punish them for that, regardless whether or not RRQ came in with those CQC weapons. And in any situation, RRQ was forced out of the compound anyway, which is exactly what they wanted.
Agreed. So I think this is the third from the Thailand team that has gotten the booyah. Coming from River
Again,
Trade.
rise of the Thais, baby.
Yes.
What do you have to say? Today is a great day for the Thailand region, and if the other regions aren't careful, all of the Thai teams are gonna start taking up so much space, gonna put themselves so far ahead,
Good.
and it's gonna be a problem because remember there are only 6 slots to go
Yes.
to the World Esports Cup happening in Riyadh.
Yes, agreed. And also with that, they will try their best to get the momentum going up for the next game as well. So we're gonna see the last game later. And with that, I think, of course, there will be much more improvement coming in from the team. But
I mean, it's a
Yes.
random map.
Yes.
It's a random. It's
Random
gonna
map.
be. I mean, it's gonna be definitely gonna be a map that they've played for already today. I mean, they played every single map today. My question is whether or not they're gonna be. It's gonna be a change of pace. Now,
Yes.
coming into this particular game, what made it so a change of different tempo is because the Nexterra is actually one of the bigger maps, I believe. And not only that, it's so many different, I would say, tempos, so many different terrains, so many different play styles that come through in each part of the map. So it's all about that adaptation for every single round. I mean, yes, we did see those early fights come through, but it seems like players are looking to say like, okay, maybe taking these early fights is not the way, because yes, Reverse Red is a team that loves to take these early fights, but they've been punished twice for it already. Smic
Yep.
only left one player at the end, so now they have to realize that how they're playing may not be what they want to see. Regardless, interview time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what these players have to say.
It's been a long time coming, but the cam now. I'm talking about CGGG! Yay! Congratulations! Why you are coming so late? ทำไมมาช้าจังอะคะเรารอกันนานมากเลย
ยังไม่ตื่นครับเล่นพลาดเกมแรกก็พลาดยาวๆเลย
We haven't woke up yet because we fell on the first game, so the next just like all fell. Okay, I understand because this is the first day. เข้าใจได้ค่ะวันนี้วันแรก Okay. Who is the key player of your team? ใครเป็น key player ของทีมเราคะ
วันมอครับเป็นอินเกมครับ
What one more because he's the initiator. IGL like. So I want to know what is your plan for the last game. มีแผนยังไงกับเกมสุดท้ายคะ
เดี๋ยวจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับเดี๋ยวรอดูในเกมครับ
We will do our best. Please keep an eye on us.
Okay, I heard that you CGG have a lot of Vietnamese fans. So do you want to say anything to Vietnamese fans?
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงแฟนๆเวียดนามไหมคะ
ซินเจ้า
Xin chào.
ซิน
Okay. Yeah. It mean hello.
Okay. Maybe he is so excited because this is the first time he came here. So now let's CGG to take a rest and prepare for the next match. The last match for today, guys. The hit, it's hitting up right here. So back to you, Shoutcaster.
I mean, heating up is an understatement, honestly, because I mean, it can be any map. If you could have any map for the random one, what would you have, Avi?
Oh, for me, I would love to go towards Kalahari again.
Kalahari!
Yes.
Oh, come on! Why Kalahari? Out of all maps you can have, why Kalahari?
Because they played during the third game, so the chaotic between the 7 team, it was quite an exciting moment for me.
I mean, personally, I would love to see Bermuda once again. I think classic is always the way. You have a little bit more understanding for that map is number 1. Number 2, when you see a lot of understanding for the map, it also shows a little bit more, I think, a variety of game styles and gameplay coming forward because the preparation is a little bit more than what we can expect from the diffuse maps. Regardless, MVP one more. Honestly, are you surprised at this point? For CGG, one more has been pivotal with his long-range picks. not only is it long range, but he knows how to play with the sniper. I mean, again, I did mention that how he goes into like short range fights with the sniper as well, which is honestly pretty disgusting if you ask me. Now, when you talk about disgusting, I don't mean it in a bad way. Like, it was just so good that I had to have to go shower. So coming into this, I mean, one more. When you talk about one more hit, one more headshot, and I think that a lot of players and teams who try to ego peek him definitely gets punished, and it's always very, very fun to watch.
Agreed. And also with the Tatsuya, he knows that if, let's say, the enemy is only a few damage away from getting knocked down, he can immediately go toward him with that active skill. And here, with On Fire as well, having the Tatsuya, but the least they are using Homer as well. So the chances are they like to go towards the enemy when they have the position to. But if we can see here with the other teammates are doing 2000 plus damage has been done by Peter and On Fire, whereas Cosq having 1000 damage. So the teamwork between the teams with 8 knockdowns by one more, 10 knockdowns by Peter, 6 knockdowns by On Fire, and 5 by Cosq. They know where they are aiming for. So that's why I think the gameplay between each other is quite perfect for this game.
Yeah, but do not underestimate the other team. Indonesia region's favorites, RRQ, Abai High, I think, has been massive as well with 7 eliminations. Him and Duds have been playing this very aggressive, in-your-face sort of playstyle. They like to play around those glue walls and really jump in your face. It doesn't matter whether it's going to be your glue wall or their glue wall. They use it to their full advantage. Not as it's going to be a glue wall, it's going to be like maybe a nade as well. They're so good at just tossing it upwards into there, just getting those knocks, which is like huge. Now, Peter as well has been huge when it comes to eliminations. I mean, he loves to play aggressive as well, very aggressive. I think Peter is one of those players that I would look out for. I mean, he's definitely going to be like, if you are expecting a rush or C-Triple-G, look out for Peter. You see Peter first, you just know the team's going to be very, very close by, and they're about to just domino effect onto you. Now, key players going to be here, Lageloth, as well as Ray and Duns and Axel from Malaysia. Now, Indonesian players are rising up, but the thing is, what's really exciting about Malaysian players is that even though we didn't really see them at the top side, they still are impactful enough to have their names here, whether it's going to be on eliminations, whether it's going to be on damage, whether it's going to be on key players. The impact is definitely there, and I'm really liking the fact that for Expand, right, giving a pause onto RQ's conversation, the Expand having like these different players for different maps and different lineups for different styles of play is huge, because it keeps the enemy teams kind of like guessing, like which lineup are we going to be seeing, which comp are we going to be expecting here, because it's going to be very, very complicated. And I'm guessing as well that these lineups also affect their rotations into the map.
Agreed, because with the lineup as well, we'll take into advantage on where they can be. But for the top 3 weapons, Bison is still leading with the most favorite weapon has been used, followed by Woodpecker. But for the shotgun, unfortunately for this time around, it's only on the 3rd place with 11 eliminations. So we can see that the chances are quite the chunk of the shotgun has not been found between the games. They are more preferred to have the SMG, but Woodpecker, as we all know, has been the most weapon used in the pro scenes as well.
I mean, a mid to long range gun scope, I think it's definitely something that we can look out for, given the fact that a lot of teams as well, especially if you see players who are so adept at playing mid to long range sort of situations. Yes, you already have your rushers ready with the shotguns, but they're going to swap out anyway. So that means that this fight, whether it's going to be like it's going to be a long range fight or a mid range fight or even a short range CQC, they're going to be very, very prepped for that. RRQ is one of the teams who do that. We can see, Expand also managed to do that as well. We saw it done by Stillward Esports as well. Now, coming into this map in particular, teams that we expected to see on top are at the bottom. God of Wolf, Heavy, Stillward Esports, Indostars, PE. These are teams that we saw glowing in the beginning of the game. We start to see that the other teams such as C-Triple-G, RRQ, Homeboy start to really pick up this steam. Not sure whether it's going to be a map condition win or whether or not they're heating up in terms of your ability. It's going to take a while for me to really see that. Perhaps maybe tomorrow we'll be able to see, but maybe we'll be able to see on the last map. 6th map of the day is going to be random, so let's see how they perform. I'm really hoping for a Bermuda, because then we go back to map number 1 and let's see if any mid-game adjustments can be done, if anything changes at all.
Yes, and of course, with that, we're gonna see the overall standing first as Reverse Raid already been taking the first place with 93 points, only 2 points ahead of.
That's like 7
Esports.
points away of 100.
Yes.
I am actually shocked because I don't think I've seen 100 points just like breached in one day so far. This is the most. I mean, again, I came from the MCPS region where maybe it was like 60 to 80 points, in a day. So breaching 100 points is definitely going to be something that's very exciting for me to see. I wouldn't be surprised if Stalwart or even Reverse Trade would be the teams who are really excited to really do this. Do you know any records for how many points in a day is the record? Are you aware?
If I'm not mistaken, there is in Thailand series they were leading up to more than 100 plus.
So this is just another day for these Thai players.
Yes.
Just another day. This is like something that just wake up in the morning. This is something that they do all the time.
Agreed. So they were like, okay, let's get the points ahead from the others. 100 points above.
I mean, it is a statement play, but it also sets a bar because again, there's still Group C that hasn't played, and it's gonna be painful when they come in tomorrow and say, oh my gosh, we have to catch 100 points. That's not the best.
Oh, this is the map selector. So Tash Bani has chosen Bermuda. I'm taking Kalahari. Are our it's going to Nexterra. My God.
Okay, listen. Nexterra is a fun map. Don't get me wrong. I like playing that map. Okay, it's fun. But it's a little bit more slow paced. I like aggressive early fights, and we didn't really see that on Nexterra. That's just me. Like, I'm just a viewer, man. I just like aggressive games. So, no bias here. No bias, okay?
But since they have been playing the Nexterra game on the game 5 just now,
momentum
so the chances,
is still,
the momentum is still. They will remember where to drop. Who are they meeting with?
I'm gonna disagree. It's such a big map. The circle can't go anywhere. I am just begging to have a hard circle, please. Give me a hard circle. Give me a ping pong circle. Give me a circle that's so high pressure that we can start to see teams start to panic a little bit more. That they're forced to take these early fights because you have no clue where the circle is going next. You have to deplete the number of players so very early. But again, Nexterra and Kalahari were the maps that we saw one of the most revives compared to Bermuda and Purgatory. Just reminding you guys out there.
Yes, agreed. And so for Nexterra, do you think that they're gonna drop again at Intellect Center? We saw about five teams.
5 teams
were fighting with each other in the early fights.
I mean, Intellect, the reason why Intellect is such a sought after map is all the way up north, has a lot of loot, comes in different, I would say, terrains, top side, bottom side, and the bottommost outside side. Which means that it's a very big area that you can go for those long range picks if you want to. You can just kind of like just domino drop or just waterfall drop onto a player underneath you or a team underneath you. We saw that happen already today. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be there. I'm not too sure how much time these players are given to talk to their coaches, to their analysts about their adjustments, because I didn't see them in between games. So now this is, I think, because we didn't see the coaches come up here to talk to them, because I think like we got like 10 minutes to talk. So my question now is, if they barely got time to really talk about it with their coaches, with their analysts, what is going to be the call here by the IGLs? Continue on as before? Turn off their brains, or are they going to be just kind of like really thinking about it?
I think that's where the IGL plays a big role here, whereby they have their training with the coach, with the managers, or the analysis. So the IGL need to be the one that taking that role when they have not had the chance to talk with the team during the map change here. So I think between the IGL, if they are analytical, the chances are most probably they can dictate where to go for the next map.
But my question is, how analytical can you get when a team, the Thailand teams, are playing this aggressively, just steamrolling forward? Like, how much analytical can you get when you have a team like the Thai teams who are like, okay, I'm not too sure whether or not they're going to be like, what did I say? Are they going to be like as aggressive as they're going to be, or are they going to be dropping the same places? Yes, you can be analytical and say, okay, they dropped here. Let's play, oh gosh, they didn't drop here, they dropped elsewhere. What do you do now? Another team dropped here. Oh my gosh, it's actually Reverse Rate or Stalwart Esports.
So I think that's where their firepower need to be tested, because for the teams, or from all the teams that is selected or invited, qualified for Free Fire World Series C, they need to be having a high firepower. So between the others,
Avi,
so,
I'm so sorry
yeah.
to cut you, but I am very curious here. Let's talk a little bit about the difference in playstyle between the Brazil region and the Southeast Asia region. So, like, you know, Brazil obviously won Free Fire World Series last year. What put them ahead of the curve compared to the other Southeast Asian teams? The thing is, there's only one Brazil team. They won champions. Then the rest of the top 10, mostly by the Southeast Asians. What makes Southeast Asia more dominant than the Brazilian team?
I think one of the thing is that they are very consistent. You can see right now from the Stalwart, from Reverse Rate, C-Triple-G. Although C-Triple-G for the day one, they only came on the 5th game. But the way that they played for all the Thai team is that they know their pace. They taking it slow if they need to, or they just instead being aggressive towards from the early fights to the late game as well. So that's where the difference is. Personally, from what I can see from the Free Fire World Series last year, is that for the Brazilian team, they will try to play it safe and they will fight during the mid or late game. But compared to the C region, sometimes you need to fight during the early fights because you know where are your ranking is, you're behind on how many points. So that's where they deliver as well.
Interesting. Two very different styles of play, but unfortunately Brazil took him on top. This year, Southeast Asia on top, please. Really hoping for that. Just kidding. No bias, guys. No bias, I promise. Coming back into this game in particular, and like, when I talk about Thailand, I think right now, I think a lot of players are hoping to see other regions rise up, but Thailand is really showing us the bar today on day number 1. They're like, okay, day number 1 is always going to be very, very complicated. Not very complicated, but it's a lot of question marks because you have no clue what teams have been talking about, what teams have been planning. Yes, you may have met them during scrims. I think that's why they kind of fly in early anyways, to get that extra time to really scrim with each other, understand each other's gameplay, or even try out new tactics. But the thing is, you have no clue what is going to be happening. And speaking of what no clue what's going to be happening, game starting now as we go into Nexterra.
And here we go. And the 12 teams right now are getting ready to go to their drop zones. The flight paths are coming from Grave Labs towards Zipway. But for the plane, giving the 50-50 chance, a good divide between the map here. And so it will give much more space for all the players, all the teams to go to their preferred loot zone. So we have Evo's Divine going into Grave Lab, plus Zarya. We have Flash, but Intellect Center. We are going to see Heavy and Homeboys and RRQ again taking that spot. So the first fight between the Flash and also Evo's Divine with that one knockdown. But for Yanbin, he will not go towards to the other team to take that first blood. But Aim God has been knocked down and Shin immediately been taken up. And now the first blood has been taken towards the Flash. 2 elimination points towards the early game. But for Homeboys, they are fighting with Heavy, with Hans trying to run away with no weapon on hand. One of the players been taken out and 3 elimination points to Homeboys. Only one of the players, which is from Heavy, is trying to get away, but RRQ Kazu is moving towards him with that double pistol. And that's Vitan can immediately revive his own teammate, but Dats has been taken out. But 3 of the players coming from RRQ immediately going into, and Vitan knocked down again.
and Vita just like honestly just like taking out all that damage. Just a utility dump onto him. Like I really feel sorry for him. Regardless, I was honestly expecting aggression coming through from Reverse Red. Sorry for Reverse Red, but the thing is about Reverse Red is that they wanted to take that fight honestly, but then they realized that there's just way too many teams. They aren't sure if they can survive till the end because remember the last 2 games they were eliminated a little bit too early. Now Aim God here, we talked about him earlier, that triple kill, just chunking down players on the other end. That's exactly what's happening to Volley. Melee down and out. Now it's all about just trying to locate the other members of Flash. Now Flash as well. I mean, last game, I think last map in particular has been a really good moment for them. And speaking of good moments, Nero with a double, 3 eliminations in the bag. Hectic aggression coming through here for the last map of the night. And I think that this is great because it's such a different tempo that we expected than the previous Nexterra map.
It's like they already changed their drop spot also. Although there are some between the same drop spot like Homeboys, RRQ, and also Heavy, and as well Kabi again trying to run away like the previous match. But for RRQ, eventually they are met with Homeboys, and there we go. The fight has started with Daz almost been taken out and has been knocked down with Mercy going into. But for Daz, it's still not been taken out from the game yet, with Abai immediately taking one of the eliminations with Razor as well, and 3 knockdown has been taken, 2 by RRQ, 3 for the Homeboys team. But unfortunately for Homeboys, eliminated to the 12th place.
I mean, a good start, honestly, from them. It's a different type of aggression. I would give them props because it's such a different tempo for them from the last map. I think for Homeboys just now, they were a little bit more passive. They wanted to just survive toward the middle game and then go aggressive. But this time around, they answered the call. They played aggressive. They were rewarded with some eliminations. Yes, it's not the outcome they want to when it comes to being eliminated early, but it's just state number 1. It shows them what they're able to do with their firepower, and I'm glad they found that confidence to take these fights.
Yes, I do agree because I think some of the players, they are still trying to help their momentum. So
yeah,
that's
they're
why,
still trying to find it, right?
Yes, correct. And we already seen with the Flash as well been dropped to 11th place. So if let's say they keep up the momentum and be confident with their gameplay, eventually they know that they are on the same level in this game.
Speaking of momentum, I think CGGG is a team that's managed to find that actually. Because ever since the last Booyah, they managed to get this a little bit more aggressive style gameplay. B as well, PE drops 1, it's gonna be Shifa, it's gonna be dropped down as well. Sorry, Sci-Fi, excuse me, it's gonna drop down. Now for PE, yes, they managed to get 5 eliminations in the bag, but I don't think they've managed to wipe out the entirety of the team quite yet. So they have to be careful. They might just be dropping by nearby. If they're able to find loot very early, they might get a reverse sweep coming forward. Good spray from Dion just to really eliminate 1 player down. Nice reset as well. Blue zone, not too painful quite yet, but this is the area that I was talking about. The high jumps is able to play. I wanted to see how exactly each team will be navigating this area. And as D Kwon comes forward here, one of the players that I would say is quite a big star in the team, at least from what I've seen so far today. He's been massive when providing the team not only info but also in terms of his elimination, in terms of solo eliminations. Now Evas close by, Ray will be taken down here. Dew as well. The answers come through. Stop is now back in the game. Now my question is, I feel bad for Ray. Everyone's just calling him out here. He's always the first to go down. What on earth did that guy do to the rest of the teams, man?
He's been hunted by everyone. Quite a sad moment for him as well. But for Expand, he got that 1 elimination points, and we are seeing PE Sport. They are seen everywhere from the other side of the map, and now they
man,
are
don't
moving.
cry.
Oh, really don't cry there because Reverse Raid are going into him. Not by the chip.
That is a very ballsy teleport. He only knew, he didn't have any info. Only knew 1 player, just don't cry. Had no info where the other members of PE were, but they rose up to the challenge. They dropped that teleport, walked in, and just immediately dominated onto the other team. Yes, the other members of, I believe, of PE were ready to answer them. But they were not expecting 3 people, 4 people just jump in, and Evos rushing down, jumping for his life. Ray just got brought back into the game and just trying to hold on for dear life. Now Smink, very good here. Trying to make sure that the other members are not very close by. This is good because yes, you can tunnel vision onto 1 player, but you have to make sure that you're not gonna get, just dominoed or rather just collapsed in by the other 3 members of the team.
Yes, and with that, the damage leader is being held by PE Sport Nero, followed
I
by
mean, are you
Evo's
surprised?
with them
Good
having
start.
everywhere. Yeah. But right now, Indostars are going into God of Wolf. And with one of the players has been taken out, only 3 left. But we can see that 18 years taking the long range there to assist his teammate with that
Oh
AC-80.
man!
Oh.
Don't cry, got his revenge! Oh, that's
Nice.
massive! Coach Hill from Indo Stars rushing up forward, trying to take up space, trying to see, scout the area. Okay, it's completely free. Take some damage from the other members of God of Wolf. Undeterred, he just moves back to his teammates, just gonna reconvene with them. It's a lot of space. I mean, the circle is not in their favor. They have to find a way into the circle, but God of Wolf is just not giving them the space as well. Now, the UAVs have been thrown out here just to give them a little bit of space. They know there's more than one team. They might not be able to go through here. They can go for a long rotation if they want to. It's still only circle number 2. Blue zone, not as painful as what we expect to see toward the 3rd or the 4th one. So they do have some time.
Yes, agree. Most probably. Oh, but Heavy has been eliminated to the 10th place. Now with only 9 squads remaining, with the zone is moving towards nearby mud side, towards Rust Town. So all the squads are getting ready here. We can see that for PE Sports, we will try to revive his own teammate. But for the CGGG, they will be fighting with RRQ. We can see one of the players, Abai, is
That
going
is
to use that. But Riz has been knocked down.
aggressive! Are you kidding me? He still gets away from it. Duns finds one. The glove gets just completely shut down by CGGG. One more. Can he go for one more is the question. I will be punished for that aggressive play. Did not have his teammates there. Double Razor knocked out as well. One more double kill already. Triple, in fact, what a shot to come through. Barely even scooping. Man is so quick on that. The jump shots to come out. And RRQ in trouble. And RRQ 9th place. This is not what RRQ was expecting. Perhaps too aggressive. Perhaps too heroics. Perhaps a bit more that they can chew.
Yes, for RRQ, Kazu is a bad news for them because they were on the top 6, one of the team in the top 6. So now with dropped to the 9th place in the 6th game, the chances are they'll be taken over by the other team as well. So now for Reverse Raid, they are met with PE Sports. One of the team has been knocked down and immediately been taken out. LBT is just right in front. They are going in with Glue Wall has been opened up, but he's still trying to survive there. But Nameless trying to find a way, but eventually you see it, Don't Cry coming down from the 2nd floor. And one more elimination points goes towards a Reverse Raid with 8 eliminations. They are leading this game right now. But immediately for PE Nero, he got the revival. But unfortunate, 2 of the players from Reverse Raid being taken out.
Triple kill.
Reverse Red showing us what aggression looks like despite not getting having the best games in the last 2 maps. They are really showing us that their aggressive style play is something that they really stand by. No change in their momentum and tempo. They want to make sure that the tempo being set here is by them and not the other teams. They're not going to let the other teams really have that hold on a tempo per se. Now, EVOS, 5 eliminations is looking like a good round for them. They're surviving at least toward the mid round of the game. So this is actually massive because most times we see EVOS toward the mid side of the game. Perhaps they have like maybe 3 in the bag. Perhaps not the best positioning to be, but I think they're doing pretty good. Rust Town is something that they have, a nice compound as well to hold side by side by FX Band. Now CGGG, it's a bit of a mix for me here because they're all the way at the other side of the circle. And they need to fight EVOS in order to push up forward. And even if they do take this fight, X-Pen might just be the team to third party them.
Oh, but they are taking the high ground here from the highway up above. So the chances are they can be the third party between the X-Pen and also EVOS if they were to decide to fight between each other. But right now for God of Wolf are met with Reverse Raid. Are they gonna take the players out or they are the one gonna be put in Reverse Raid pocket? But the 3 of the players trying to gatekeep towards the Reverse Raid. They are still waiting for the right moment. But for Reverse Raid, they are going to Portal Go to the other side. And there we go. Shot has been fired. This is quite tough for the Reverse Raid because of God of Wolf. Immediately open a Portal Go to catch them. And Red Diamond has been taken down with Nameless and Exposy only left with 2 between each other there. He's trying his best to revive Red Diamond, but can he do it? But that bomb!
making it rain and just paying for a bomb. That high ground advantage and the teleport, very high risk, no info, but they took the chance and it paid off so well for them. Now we still have 7 teams in the game. God of Hope, this might be their game. Exposy all the way outside. He's taking a lot of damage. He's trying to get that revive. He does have that vending machine close to him. Exposy gets that reset at the very least. Sming goes down. Exposy just hanging on for dear life. Circle not in each other's, I would say, favors. Exposy trying to play and bring the hurt. The rest of the other members, as they fly in, immediately just chunked out by God of Wolf and immediately reverse red. Despite their best efforts to try to reverse the outcome, not happening this time. They're saying, hey, that's enough booyahs for you for tonight. We are going to bring it home.
So the chances are they're most probably gonna give to C-Triple-G maybe.
C-Triple-G looking very good right now, honestly, if you think about it, but so does Stalwart. But this is a little bit out of character, at least from what we've seen today, because Stalwart is a very aggressive team, but this time around, only 1 elimination in the back. Why so quiet?
So, but I think for Stalwart, they are trying to find a good place for them to go into, because right now we are having about 5 squads here in Rustown, and the next zone is quite an open space. So with Evo's Divine going the first team.
This is insane. This is
Oh,
quick.
the chances are they're gonna be fighting. We're gonna see a lot more chaotic. Will be just
I am terrified for them. This container is very, very tiny and such a funnel area. They're going to be boxed inside. Box, and on top of that, the nades are going to come through. 1 nade could just mean 3 knocks at the same time. Not the best position for me to be in, and I'm wondering what exactly they're trying to be competing for. C-Triple-G not quite yet inside of the circle, but this is great for them. This high ground advantage means they can get a lot of information. They spot out members of X-Men, and they want to bring in the fight to them. They teleporting forward, jumps out, Stalwart eliminated very, very quickly. Peter with the jump shots come through. Now, the other members, 7 in the back, X-Men just running for their lives, immediately moving, but unfortunately for X-Men, immediately gonna rush right to the arms of Evos, and on top of that, Peter, this long-range weapon, is putting in the hurt. Blue zone for C-Triple-G, teleported outwards, back into the circle, and now this weaving sort of teleportation play is going to be very annoying to deal with, I'm going to be real with you. Nades come out here, making the hurt come through, God of Wolf, in pain, Dian, on the turret, immediately just going to play in an open area, on top of that, the side of the hill. This is ballsy.
Ooh, and quite hectic as well. And God of Wolf with 4 of the players on the top of the game. And right now for C-Triple-G, they are fighting with Evo's Divine as well. But Indo Stars joining in the fights. And God of Wolf just right beside them, using that long-range weapon to making sure that they can get one of the players. But for C-Triple-G, still quite safe with Evo's Divine. It's been squished in the middle by God of Wolf in the other side. They are trying their best. Still, they are not moving towards each other. They are trying to find a safe place whereby it is quite an open space. If they messed up just by 1 second, the chances are the enemy team gonna take that moment to take them out. And now for the Indo Stars, they are going into Evo's Divine by 2 of the players. God of Wolf have been taken out by C-Triple-G.
What a shot. Very quick jumps, very clean as well. 2 knocks and immediately just take him out. Understanding how exactly this town take out space. 9 eliminations in the back, and now they move their attention onto God of Wolf. He's out and down. Rip all alone. All they have to do is just take out that space. Team wipe out. C-Triple-G doesn't look like they want to stop by shooting Halo just to give a little bit of a reset. Nice shot to the face. Ray tries to bring the hurt, but on fire. There's a reason why he's on fire, and it's not because he are getting the kills. Penta kills in the back. Data starts by 1. Guys, goes down here. 13, and now C-Triple-G full control of the entire circle, plays in the high ground here. Beam does have a piece of his own, but with the advantage of players, it's going to be so hard. Peter goes down on fire, and Cause Q, last 2 players left. Can they actually hold down is the question. We need to go for the revive. It's going to be so hard. Lim, despite being knocked, giving so much information to his teammates. C-Triple-G, only 1 play left. Cause Q, team wipeout. Cause Q so very low. A clutch shot to come through. Can he go for that revive is the question. He needs to go for that reset.
Oh, no!
He's too low. Evos goes down. And now the Booyah gonna be going to Indo Stars despite the massive eliminations coming through from C-Triple-G.
so close for C Triple G with that glue wall immediately making Indo Stars having the upper or hand or the advantage towards the end of the zone right there. Just a nick of a time for Indo Stars immediately goes toward the zone instead of chasing C Triple G because they know with that charge buster one hit can take them out. So I think a good gameplay by Indo Stars with that strategy. Immediately know what to do when the enemy is too overpowered when they are chasing you.
Insane win by Indostars was not expected. It's just a matter of positioning, and it's that situation where he was just too low. He wasn't able to get that heal out. Just no time on his hands. I think he was trying to figure out, okay, do I want to go for the revive or do I want for the heal? And unfortunately, he took a little bit too long to really figure it out. Now, positioning wise, yes, Indostars will be getting this booyah, but with 15 eliminations in the bag, I am so curious, like, where exactly does C-Triple-G stand? Because honestly, in the beginning of the day, barely heard nothing about them. And now we start to see the momentum come forward. It's a very different team. The C-Triple-G, Nexterra was their map. They're showing us why exactly, again, they can get it one more time. Second booyah of the day for them.
Yes, but they almost, C-Triple-G almost take the second booyah of the day. If, let's say, they have taken 3 teams coming from Thailand, taken 2 booyah each. But with the Indo Stars, immediately stop the trend. Immediately say that
they're like,
we are here
rise
as
of
well.
the thighs. Rise of the thighs. Wait, stop. What about us Indonesians?
The
Let's
Indonesians.
be real here.
Yeah. What do you think?
I'm curious. It's honestly a good call. Honestly, a good challenge.
Yes.
Because Stalwart Esports has been talking about it. You know how they wanted to really show that they are the best in the region and if not even the world. We also saw from C-Triple-G challenging the Indonesian teams to show up. So this is definitely something that I think a lot of Indonesian fans really wanted to see, because when it comes to challenging us for each country in Southeast Asia, a call to challenge is a call that we want to answer. And I think Indo Stars definitely did that. Indo Stars today, I think we saw glimmers of moments what we wanted to see from them. It was a lot of, like, I could say, like, okay, the potential was there, but it didn't really quite translate. In this particular map in particular, I think they've not only found the momentum, but they've found some answers to a lot of the mistakes they've done today. Again, day number 1 is a day to be making mistakes. There's still another, 2-3 weeks to go. And this is the moment where they really want to see, like, okay, day 1, what was it that we missed out on? Day number 2, okay, we learned from today. We saw the aggression coming through from the Thai teams. What can we do to not take these fights so early? How can we play these rotations? Should a 3-1 be something we want to look out for, or maybe a 2-2 instead? So at least you can have 2 people in the front line taking these fights, and 2, at least you can take some fights, and then 1 person can run away and become like the bait. So it is something that's, I think that is something that all these teams need to figure out. Because at the end of the day, because I think from what I've seen from RQ as well, they like to play in 4s instead of a 3-1. So I think it's, again, I mean, I did say it to you in the beginning of the day, it's strength and firepower, where they together united, divided we fall. Kind of moment there.
Yes, I do agree. And also, I think one of the reason here is that they want, most probably, for the day 1, they want to test out the firepower as well. But the way I see it, they try to test out during the mid game. The early game is quite
it's hard to really execute things in early game, because you don't know which teams are going to come around. You don't know where the circles are going to be. You don't know which teams are dropping where. Because sometimes when you see teams like, Stalwart Esports, like C-Triple-G, like Red, who are very aggressive, like I think early game they did try to rise to the call to the answer for this early fights, and now they're just not winning. And they're like, okay, now we have to go for this mid-round adjustments. We tried to fight them. We got knocked out early. We shouldn't be meeting them early anymore. But how can we avoid them? And this is great because they're so good at that. I'm so sorry for cutting you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I disagree on you on that part. But because to me, the chances are for them to get the other teams that with the higher firepower is meeting with them on early games.
Yes, so I agree with you. Absolutely.
I
absolutely agree with you.
Drop zone.
Yes, because you want to be quick, right? But the thing is, right, the problem with like Red or Stalwart is that they're so quick. They drop down. They're so quick with that pickup. And that's the problem. Like, no one can really rifle them how quick they manage to loot. And because they're not able to challenge how quick they are, like, not either they leave quickly
Yep.
or they're gonna get chucked down. And in a lot of situations, they try to leave and they get chucked down while they're trying to retreat from the area, which means that they get knocked out early. It's very high risk, high reward. And doing it on first day is great because you learn like, okay, we're not able to challenge them, not because their firepower is high, but because they're just so quick to loot, so quick to just be ready to meet us. And that's how their game plan is. I mean, think about it. If this is their game plan, how many times have they practiced coming down and immediately looting? I would bet they do it every night. Drills on drills on drills.
Yes, and also we can see how this type of game is been planned out during Nexterra. We can see heavy. During the first 4 games, they were quite an aggressive teams.
They had presence, right? Yeah.
Yes, but during the Nexterra map, they have been fighting with RRQ, with Old Boys. Immediately changed the gameplay.
Regardless, I think the interview is coming right up. I think this is where and really understand what is going on through these players' mind as we go into day number 2 and what I think of day number 1. So let's see what our beautiful host has to show for us.
Thank you, Caster. Wow, it's fantastic. Thank you, guys. And finally, Indonesia get the booyah the last match. Okay, Lim, I want to ask you, how do you feel about getting booyah in the last match?
Gimana perasaan kamu akhirnya udah booyah juga di match terakhir tadi?
Perasaannya ya pasti senang kita bisa booyah pertama di Indonesia.
Of course, we're really happy because we finally get our first booyah.
Okay, happy. Who are the key player on your team?
Siapa pemain kunci di tim kamu?
Kocel.
Why, Kochel?
Karena jago gocek-gocek.
Okay, the key player in my team is Kochel because he's really good at flanking and he's so skillful.
Okay, what your preparation for today?
Apa aja persiapan kamu untuk hari ini?
Persiapannya kita sholat, berdoa. Ya gitu aja sih.
Okay, our preparation is basically we're doing the prayers and yeah, that's it.
Okay. Last question. What do you want to say for your fans?
Kamu mau ada yang mau disampaikan ke fans-fans kamu?
Terima kasih buat yang udah dukung kita terus sampai kita bisa lolos ke grand final.
Thank you for all of our fans that's supporting us. Please always support us until we get the very last booyah.
Okay, thank you so much Lim. Semoga Indostar bisa dapetin booyah lagi ya.
Amin.
Ya, okay, thank you and kali ini aku bakalan oper lagi kepada caster yang udah standby. Okay, silakan caster, back to you, shout caster.
Very enlightening. Very enlightening interview. Love to hear about Coach Hill just now.
Yes.
Great at flags.
And as well as the way that they are trained to win by always praying for them. It's a good choice of word as well.
I mean, jago gojek as they say means very good at the game. Hopefully I can be that myself. I want to be called jago gojek in the future if I can be. Regardless, exciting day ahead. Really exciting. Thank you Obvi for our first shoutcast together. In English, no doubt. If you guys are really interested in watching Obvi cast more, he will be in the Bahasa Malaysia shoutcast starting tomorrow. Now it's going to be a very interesting day coming into day number 2 because again, a lot of adjustments are going to become forward. I mean, the fact that we saw so much adjustments from the first Nexterra map to the second Nexterra map is honestly so shocking to me because I think they only got 10 minutes to really talk about it. But CGG is definitely a team that I have my eye on. Thai teams are definitely something I want to have my eye on. But I think for Indonesia, rising up to the challenge is something that they really want to be able to do.
Yes, I do agree because I think for tomorrow, of course, for the team B, they're gonna be much more better between the games as well.
Regardless, we're gonna be seeing our MVP here. It's gonna be 18 Deer. using Tatsuya. I think he was the final man left standing in a lot of the maps as well. Very aggressive player, but still managing to survive. Now, I think that his aggressive gameplay that he brings to the team gives a lot of value. It's a lot of the time, like, sometimes it's not even 18 years getting these eliminations, but a lot of damage puts forward. He puts into that, like, what, 2-1-6-6, means that even though his knockdowns are only 4, his headshots are only 3, and eliminations are only 4, means that he has given a lot of space and a lot of value to his team in terms of providing or weakening the enemy as they take up a lot of space to just eliminate them, or in the Malay word they call it rata.
Oh, rata kan pasukan lawan. But that's why I think the combination as well for the skills, active skills, and the weapon, and of course with the skill from the pad, which is the Dinoculus, really assists 18 as well to find out where the enemy is. And we can see here the combination for tonight is always these three: Tatsuya, A124, and Homer. Meaning that there will be always one of the teammates will be using Homer. The chances are most probably want to find out where are the closest to them the enemy teams is.
I think this is massive information. I think this is great as well because, we talked a little bit about metas just now, and you did mention to me that Homer is a little bit less used now. But coming into this year, I think information is key, and I think that's the reason why he started getting picked again. It's really impressive and really important for you to just really understand like how many players are in the team, are there going to be close by. You want to make sure that you don't get shotgunned in the face, especially against a team like RRQ. True. That is terrifying. Regardless, we're going to be seeing the other members now. Coach Shield was mentioned just now in that interview with 4 knockdowns, 1.3k damage. But honestly, Deer is the player that you want to be looking out for. Now, for elimination leaders, this is always changing. Love seeing it. We're going to see 5 each here from CGGG, Razor for RQ, Nero as well. Nero, I would say, PE, very aggressive early this time. It's a very big switch up in terms of momentum for the team, and Nero really rose up to it. 5 eliminations very early, despite them going down toward the middle of the match. I think they've done their job. They've gotten the points that they needed.
Yes, and as well as for the players right now, we got the same key elimination leaders, and these are the key players where we have one more Razor, Abax, and Cosq coming from CGGG, RRQ, EVOS, and we are seeing headshot, the highest coming from Razor with 4, but the damage has been taken by CGGG one more with a 3.5k.
Again, CGGG, I think that if there was one word that I could describe him with, it would be he stinks. Like, you play around him, instant headshot, 2/3 of your life gone, your utility will be gone, your vest will be broken. It's not a fun time when you're playing against him. If you're not aware of your positioning, you're gonna get chunked so quickly. You'd be like, okay, where the heck did I get shot from? That would exactly be what I would describe one more to be.
I agree with you on that, because I think the firepower that he's bringing in is quite aggressive as well. But for the weapon here, we are seeing Trogon. The shotguns are taking over for the first and second place with 16 elimination coming from the Trogon, Chargebuster with 11, and Bison, the SMG, with 8 elimination. And here are the game standings for the Game 6. We are seeing a CGGG, although they did not get the booyah, but they got the highest point, 3 points, leading from Indo Stars.
I mean, again, this is why I always prioritize and tell you why the Thai roster loves to be playing this aggressive game, aggressively early. Elimination so very easy to be farmed early game. We saw moments where teams would just immediately revive their players and they're like shot out of the sky. They're not even able to drop down. They're not able to even loot. Those are where the points come from. And I think for CGGG, they're so happy to rise up to that challenge. Now, despite the fact that we had 2 booyahs, I think all day today we've had 5 booyahs from the Thai teams and 1 from the Indonesian team. But regardless of that 1 booyah from the Indonesian team, RRQ, they have a tagline. It's going to be this: no booyah, no problems. We still remain at 90 points. We have insane amount of eliminations. I think we rely more on our eliminations, on our aggressive style gameplay, than getting those placement points. Those placement points, yes, it's great, but it's a bonus for us. Why should we have to go that aggressive, that bad? But the thing is, when you have a team as aggressive as Red, with 67 eliminations, so far ahead of the pack. Also, you have to be very, very careful of them. But right now, MVP leader Diamond will be the one in the lead, followed by Saifa from Stalwart Caramel, one more, as well as Deer. All of these high elimination players.
Yes, and they well deserve the title of the MVP for tonight as well, because between the 6 match they are getting 16, and also for Saifa from Star Wars 18 eliminations. So to me, they are really being a game changer toward the team as well. And with Star Wars already been gotten 2 Booyah because of these 2 players as well, plays a role on damaging the enemy, taking down the players by Safa and Caramel.
Absolutely. Really exciting moments for them. I really want to see more. Honestly, I would love to see this MVP leaderboard change, to see a lot more step-ups from the other members if possible. But again, the fact that Diamond managed to get 2 MVPs is honestly wild. Really, really wild.
Yep.
Regardless, this will be the end, I think, of today. It's going to be really exciting for tomorrow. I'll be pleasure again to be able to shoutcast with you, have these really insightful conversations about the game. It's been a while. Now, coming into tomorrow, I think, it's going to be same place, same time. And I think it'll be the same map rotations as well. So do make sure to tell all your friends and your family to really support this stream, because without you guys, how are we supposed to put Free Fire on the map? Again, you guys, reminding you guys that champions for this tournament brings home like $100,000 US. And also a slot to Riyadh. That's insane.
Ooh. And also, because we'll be having 300,000 prize pool for this match as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Supplier! How'd you like them apples?